Hello again, friends! And you are our friends, and welcome back to another edition of Jim Cornette's Drive Thru right here on another hot day. The wrestling talk is hot. I was debating playing my own intro music, but I did not go for it today. Maybe next time. I'm your host, the great Brian Last. We have another run of whatever we're going to talk about here today. We're going to try to get to questions and so much more with this man, the leader of the cult of Cornette, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Well, first off, don't tease the people. You know there's so much stupidity running rampant amongst the broadcast these days that we haven't had time for the questions. We are going to try to get some. I'm going to demand that we do. But besides that, Brian, it's a sad time, and you're not having the proper somber tone and respectful aura about you. I'm sad today. I'm sad. As to quote the golden boy Chick Donovan, it's a dark day, a very dark day. I'm an empty nester, Brian. The birds have flown the coop.
Oh, wow. When did it happen?
Well, just yesterday. Well, it happened in a couple of stages because... And it's amazing. It's been like 2 weeks. And for those of you who have no idea what we're talking about, the birds built a nest in my garage on top of my garage door opener. And it looked like they were there for serious business. I suspectified that there was going to be little chickies involved, so I didn't want to spoil this. So I've left my garage door open for 2 weeks. I haven't turned the light on, and I've put a towel down below the nest for the droppings so that the family could have a safe haven. And for 2 weeks ago, I suspected there was probably eggs in the nest. And then a few days later, I saw a couple of beaks just barely peeking out over the top of this nest. And then I realized there was 4 of them in there. Besides the mama and papa bird, they were flying back and forth, tag team and feeding them the worms fast. And then they all got to where they would pop up and chirp, 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 chirp when the worm train came in. And then within 2 weeks, I went out day before yesterday to run an errand first thing in the morning. And as I usually do when I walk by, I looked up to say, "Good morning, birdies." And it looked like a Disney cartoon where one of them was sitting in the nest and it looked like a full-grown bird, and the other 4 identical birds of the same basic size, shape, coloring, whatever, were sitting along in a row on the garage door opener, just like little vultures. And well, hello, guys. I said, "Well, you guys are going to be going off to college soon." And I ran an errand. I was gone 30 minutes. When I came back, the whole goddamn place was empty. No mama, no daddy, no fucking Huey, no Dewey, no Louie. But I said, wait a minute. There was the beak and a little bitty part of an eyeball of Irving, who's kind of, I guess, the slow one, peeking up over the nest.
Oh, I thought they had killed him and they just left his eye and his beak.
No. He was peeking up over the edge, but he was still in the nest. And now I don't see Mama. I don't see Bertie Sanders. I don't see Ruth Bader Ginsburg anywhere around. And I'm thinking, well, they all gone off and left him. So now I'm going out there constantly looking to see if somebody's coming back for him. And there's nothing. And now he's sitting there and he's got a forlorn look on his face. And I'm thinking, how he's had this perpetrated on him like Orange Cassidy's parents. This cop along the beach there where Orange is from, he's walking down the boardwalk when he's a kid. He goes up to the cop. He said, "Can you help me find my parents?" And the cop says, "I don't know, kid. There's so many places they could hide." But I'm thinking they've left little Irving. And I told Stace, I said, we got to look this up or whatever. We got to call our friends who's a vet, try to figure out if we're going to be adopting the baby, right? And then later that evening, as I opened the door to peek out, I saw one of the bigger birds fly off out the garage door. but Irving was still in the nest. And I'm like, well, now they're trying to coax him, right? So anyway, this was day before yesterday. Yesterday morning, I go out there. I see Irving. He's outside the nest. He's sitting on the edge of the deal. I'm thinking maybe this is good. And then I go out there later on, no Irving in the nest and no Irving up there. And this is great. He's finally got the hang of it. And then I hear chirp, chirp. He's sitting down he hasn't fallen, but he's sitting on the garage floor underneath Stace's car.
How do you know he hasn't fallen?
Well, because he's hopping. He's hopping on his little bird feet. He's not
hurt
injured.
His leg? Like he hurt one of his little bird feet?
No, they hop. They don't just walk. They do a little hopping motion when they're walking. He's ambulatory. He's scurrying around like he's lost. And he went under the car, and now that garage door on that side is closed, and he can't get out. I hear his feathers fluttering. So I opened that garage door, and poof, off he went. Out the door and into the evergreen bush or whatever the fuck. And now he's out in the world. The nest is empty. That's a sad story, isn't it?
Are you going to burn the nest now? What do you do?
Whatever, you just burn the nest.
What are you going to do with it?
Well, I might, come to think of it, there is a little cleanup that needs to be done around the area, but I could rent that son of a gun out next spring.
Why don't you turn it into a hat? Oh, you hear the birds here? There's a bird chirping.
See there?
Do you hear that?
The bird housing market is goddamn, I'm telling you, it's red hot. As soon as that bird heard through the window that I was talking about a nest for rent, boom, he starts, I'll take it.
What the hell?
See, I know the bird language now because I've been communicating with him. So he said, I'll take that nest. Long as it's not New Jersey.
All right, it appears to have stopped this weird bird, but there's the
what did you do to the bird?
There's the bird update for everyone that was so curious about what happened. So you're going to close your garage now?
Yeah, I'm now able to close the garage.
Are you going to close the garage?
Well, yes, I already have closed the garage. I opened it up again when I wanted to exit it, but I closed it when I came back in.
And you haven't cleaned up the bird poop yet?
Well, I have to be sitting here talking to you. I've got commitments to do this program for the people. I can't be out shoveling bird poop right now.
Are you going to do this again next year? Just leave your garage open for 6 weeks so the birds can...
Well, no, remember, I didn't... That you're putting the cart before the horse, Brian, is what... Because I had the garage door open and then the bird flew in and made the nest. I didn't leave the door open for the bird to fly in. I didn't know a bird would fly in and build a nest. These were completely independent things. But he did it in an afternoon. It wasn't some kind of goddamn skyscraper. They didn't need to get building permits.
No, clearly not. They had a landlord that was letting them just do whatever they wanted, but...
Well, and they were very industrious. I'm anxious to get up there and take a look now and see what kind of basement they put in. I believe it's a full basement.
All right, well, this is your show.
Hey, I'd like to... No, it's not.
Oh, no.
It's not, but I'll take it over for a second because I want to send from me and from you a special thank you to one of the members of the Cult of Cornette, Bradley Willoughby from Ontario, Canada, who sent us both a gift. He sent them both to me, but you keep watching your mail. Guess what he sent us?
From Willoughby, Canada? Is it a
No, his
maple
name
syrup?
His name is Willoughby. He's not from Willoughby, Canada. See, you've gone down a side road.
Is it a hockey puck?
No, it's not a hockey puck. He's
Molson's?
No, it's not anything to drink or it's not any sporting equipment. Oh. It's a very useful thing that
from Canada
that both of us could use.
And it's from Canada.
For human beings in the world.
But it's from Canada.
That's where he lives.
Is the item from Canada? Is it a Canadian item? Is it a Mounties hat?
The item is from Amazon.
From the Amazon, okay.
No, not from the Amazon.
Is it a jungle vine?
He sent you and me our own personal tick keys.
You modulated a little bit there, so I'm not exactly sure what you said. He sent a tick.
I said...
What's a tick key?
He sent us our own personal tick keys, is what I said. A tick key. He heard the story of when I had the near-death experience where I was nearly assassinated by a rogue, disease-bearing tick that latched on and began draining my blood, and I had to go to the medical facility to get the emergency medication and the gouging of the tick head out. And a tick key is this handy-dandy little item that removes it's the slickest, dandiest tick remover that you'll ever see. It's got a little, it's a flat little metal thing, and it's got a little hole in it, and you put that over the tick and kind of put it up under his goddamn chin and sort of put a little label lock on him and draw him out from the fucking hind side.
And this goes on your keychain?
The tick key is a much more consumer-friendly type of marketing name. Or they could just call it the goddamn gimmick that pulls the bug out of your ass.
All right, well, thank you.
If you don't start talking
Willoughby.
nice to me, I'm not going to fucking send you yours. And then you'll have Lyme disease and your fucking bowels will liquefy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if any of that's the way things are going to work out, but thank you for the consideration. And of course, Mr. Willoughby, thank you as well.
Well, and I want to thank you very much, Bradley, for thinking of our welfare. He got on Amazon as soon as he heard that story and sent it to me. And that's people should be more proactive like that. If you hear a story about something that could save someone's life and you have the access to it, boom, jump right in there. He was the first responder on the tick disaster. It's your show.
Oh boy, what a great show it is. And of course,
I mention?
No.
Did I mention that, of course, you know what June the 1st is, don't you? Saturday, June the 1st is the first of the 2-day WHAS Crusade for Children telethon here in Louisville, Kentucky. And it just happens to be the day that I will be placing those long sold out action figures that have been discovered in the Figures Toy Company warehouse, the bloody variant and the Raw debut variant that sometime back people were threatening each other over, trying to get the last one of. And $10 from each one sold will go to the WHAS Crusade for Children. See how that ties in there? It's all happens June the 1st, folks. That way you can remember it at JimCornette.com. And there are under 200 of each of those figures. Last time, 1,500 flew out the doors in a couple of days. So please be ready to get online at JimCornette.com at noon Eastern, Saturday, June the 1st. The bloody variant and the Raw debut variant back on sale for the last time. But they're here for a good time, but not a long time, ladies and gentlemen. And $10 from each one of them to the Crusade. And if they sell out in 7 days, which is a ridiculously generous figure, considering their track record before, I'm kicking in an extra $1,000. That'll be $5,000 for the Crusade that week. And you can buy anything else you want at JimCornette.com because all the other stuff is on sale too. But I don't want to appear to be too commercial, Brian, and it's your show.
It is my show, and of course, if you would like to sponsor me saying it is my show, get in touch with the show. We don't want to be too commercial, but give us your money. Jim, speaking of money.
Yes.
There's someone who spends a lot of money on wrestling, and that's Tony Khan. We're going to get to AEW Dynamite first, because there's a lot to talk about, and quite frankly, the listener demand just overnight has been more than usual, which is surprising. I thought last week would have been the peak.
I am trending again because their program was rotten.
But before we get to Dynamite, which may or may not be rotten, we'll find out what you think. You may have spoiled the review, but we're going to get there in a moment. You may remember a few weeks back, Jim, I played you some audio of the Young Bucks. July 10th, 2019, talking to Chris Van Vliet in advance of AEW.
Back when they were the Younger Bucks.
They did not want photos of empty seats. They had all these plans for what arenas they were going to use. Big towns, big buildings. Small towns, small buildings. Here's Tony Khan from just over 5 years ago, April 24th, 2019, talking to Chris Van Vliet.
Now, wait a minute. Just April 2019, just over 5 years ago, this would have been, well, I guess I can't say, less than 6 months after I signed my NDA with Tony to not discuss whatever we discussed at that time. So he was still all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed about this thing.
Well, this is a version of Tony Khan people may forget now, but very neat, very buttoned up, glasses, very...
hair combed?
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, not unkempt hair. His hair is kempt. He looks...
it was a very kempt young man back then.
He looks serious. He looks like a serious person. But let's hear what he was saying 5 years ago, before we review Dynamite, about the 5-year plan for AEW. Here's Tony Khan talking to Chris Van Vliet. Jim, stop me when you need to.
So obviously, you're a business guy, a very successful one. When you look ahead, you probably got a 5-year plan. What's the 5-year plan for AEW?
The 5-year plan for AEW is that we will have built up a brand, we will have built up a roster, we will have established ourselves as a top brand in wrestling for people who want fast-paced, exciting action and want a product that is more of a sporting-based product. I've talked a lot about how I want wins and losses to matter, because at the end of the day, that's why you're having the match. Is there's going to be a winner and a loser, and it matters, and it should.
Well, let's stop there.
Okay, I was about to say stop, because yes, obviously, and this is what he was saying. He said this publicly. This doesn't violate any non-disclosure agreement. A sports-based presentation. Wins and losses matter. And then he's the booker that literally brings in people that he pays 7 figures a year to and beats them on television the first time you see him. This is the same guy that fucking the sports-based presentation, that there has never been a more ludicrous parody of fake wrestling exposed on a national basis to the mainstream than the company that he said was going to be a sports-based presentation. The WWE in its worst moments has never done the phony level of bullshit on his fucking program over the last 5 years. Because it sounded good in his head with the numbers and everything that, Randy Orton's got voices in his head that counsel him and talk to him. Well, Tony's got numbers flying around in his head. They don't always go together in a proper sequence, but he's got numbers flying around in his head.
Well, let's go back to the head or the mind of Tony Khan.
It should matter to your standing in the company, and it should matter to your standing in the chase for the championship, which at the end of the day is what everyone's trying to attain. I mean, we're here in an NFL stadium, and obviously all of us, we're chasing the AFC championship. We're chasing the AFC South championship at first, and then we want the AFC championship, and then we want the Super Bowl. And I think in wrestling, there's championships, there's contenders, and I think that the wins and losses are the building blocks for that. And across our matches, I think you're going to see a different presentation than you've ever seen before. I don't want to compare it to anybody else's.
Let me stop.
Now, hold on. I will say that I agree with that last statement he just made, but the previous stuff, in all seriousness and all honesty, go back and listen to everything he said about here's what we're going to be. He sounds like a window salesman. He's giving you basic knowledge. Yes, anybody could fucking say, yes, it needs to be energy efficient and it needs to do this and it needs to do that. But try to get the fucking window salesman to actually be the one to put the fucking window in. You end up with a big old hole in your fucking house. He's saying stuff that's logical, that anybody that he's read on the internet, that other people have said. But it's no insight into how I'm going to be the one to do this myself. That's the problem.
Well, let's go back to the problem.
I think in mixed martial arts, I think UFC has done some outstanding things in how they present their fights. There have been some great things in the world of boxing. And then there are just some different things. For sports media partners across.
Have we seen anything reminiscent of boxing or the UFC?
No.
A number of sports and across the biggest media partners, I own a company based out of Boston called True Media that is the top sports engineering and analytics services company. And we support teams and media partners across a number of sports and present information in different ways, infographics, and utilizing databases to track a number of different things for these networks for their stats.
He can't even explain what his own fucking company is doing. Did that explain to, if you went into some team and said, here's what we can do for you, and they said that, what would you fucking do? We can track a number of things. Well, what are those things, and what good is it to me? How am I applying this? Does Tony own the company, or is he the window salesman, or is he the guy putting the fucking windows in?
Yeah, how much time is he spending in Boston running that company in the last 5 years?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I could buy a goddamn restaurant. That doesn't mean I can cook. But as long as somebody else that can is running the restaurant, we're all right.
Yeah, by the way, if that analytics company is doing any work for AEW and telling them that everything's on the rise and everything's good and everything's great, what does that tell you?
Hey, no, they need somebody named Freud to fucking analyze AEW. That's the analysis that needs to be done there. Somebody needs to be laid down on a couch. Go ahead.
Groups. And I think that what we can do in wrestling is offer fans, first of all, more engagement with what's happening in ring than there has been before, as far as like tracking the performances of wrestlers across matches, tracking the history of wrestlers, and really I think like it's just going to be, like I said, it will be a very different presentation. There's some things I probably can't explain yet, but there are going to be a lot of really, really
to hear what he could explain yet.
Exciting elements to it that, like I said, it would be very different than anybody's ever tried to present it before in a sporting environment.
Well, that's the end of it, and it really makes you wonder if he thought the wins and losses and the statistics and the rankings were really going to work. They abandoned it pretty quickly, all things considered.
Well, because you can't do that for everyone in every match, or then invariably half your roster at least looks like a bunch of fucking flunkies and losers, right? You utilize it when it's a positive for certain individuals, or people are on a streak, or people are so-and-so gunning for a title, whatever, but not just everybody across the board. And secondly, Tony, again, he abandoned one thought he had for another thought that he had. He thought this was going to be a national cable television version of his E-Fed, and his E-Fed fans would just multiply exponentially, and everybody would be more interested in the numbers and the wins and losses. That's part of the sports-based presentation, is parsley. And he thought that was the attraction because he's the numbers nerd. And he thought that everybody was going to be following closely on this fucking middle card guy's record or whatever to see if he's going to be rematched in a callback from a match in New Japan from 7 years ago. Because there's also going on with Tony that gives him a savant-like memory for small details like that. Despite the fact of him apparently being a busy boy with the football and the soccer and the sports company in Boston and all this other stuff. But the sports-based presentation was the antithesis of what the people that he was getting into business with, the EVPs, except for Cody, potentially, were all about and could possibly even pull off to begin with, which is why it always didn't make a goddamn lot of sense. It would be like me saying I'm going to open up a wrestling promotion and hiring all fucking boxers. It's complete opposite from what you're saying to who you're getting. And then he abandoned the numbers and the statistics and the analytics for going overboard with what that his brain trust that he had hired thought was going to work on a mainstream basis on national TV, which was indie fucking wrestling. Bullshit, phony, obviously phony, winking at the audience, phony fucking wrestling. That's what his talent that he chose was mostly expert at, and all their friends. So you went from one polar opposite to the other. Is this yammering from Tony Khan finished yet, or do we have more of it?
No, that's the end of the yammering, but let me ask you a question, because we talk a lot about what separates a booker from a fantasy booker or a E-Fed booker or someone who anoints himself a booker. The idea that every win and loss would matter and would be a legitimate ranking system is a great, optimistic idea. But is that something that a real booker would probably stay away from, especially in the States? Because you're kind of putting yourself into a corner right away.
Yes. And it's another, because the Japanese, in case everybody haven't noticed, Japanese culture and the things that Japanese people like in Japan is, in some cases, very different from the United States. But they keep explicit records because of their tournaments, because in that aspect, Japanese wrestling, or at least used to be, same things happened over there as over here. It's a bunch of children and fucking idiots. But they were more into the goddamn tournament concept than the United States has ever been, to the point where they can do the A block and the B block and the IWGP, blah, 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 and people are going to follow that. And that ain't going to work here, and especially not on television, because people want to see a bunch of wild-ass fucking heathens trash-talking each other and then believably beating the shit out of each other. There's a reason why Stone Cold Steve Austin was a megastar and Jungle Jack-Off Jack Perry is a cosplaying child. Because one looks the part, the other one doesn't. You would think that Perry, having a showbiz, acting, movie biz background, would understand that. Would he be going out for the part of fucking, what's called Mark Kerr in the Smashing Machine, or is that the Rock's fucking deal? Right? Who's going to give him that fucking job?
Now, he would be more concerned with if Donna Martin was going to graduate or not.
Well, there you go. And I just barely know that was a program that fucking, nevertheless. They imagine themselves, Tony has imagined himself and dreamed about this since he was a apparently lonely teenager in the mansion, wherever the fuck they lived. And he wants to desperately to be able to do this. And he loves this shit. And just like Eddie Kingston loves Japanese wrestling. You know what? I love Journey, but if I try to sing like Steve Perry, I bet you I would probably, I'd be okay. No, I'd suck.
The fans would take a journey away from the building.
Yeah. Eddie Kingston wants to be a Japanese fucking champion. He wants to be Kenta Kobashi. The fucking Lollipop Guild, the Buckaroos, in their minds, they're goddamn giants of the industry, titans, if you will. With them, it's all about, we're going to present ourselves as who we think we are rather than who we can convince anybody else we are. And that's why they've been doomed to failure from the start. Tony didn't realize that he wasn't equipped for this, and I'm sure some people told him. I didn't just yell at him and tell him he was a fucking idiot because he was nice to me, but I quit taking his phone calls because I could tell that there probably wasn't a chance he'd believe me anyway. So he probably didn't believe anybody else. Tony, you did this on the internet when you were in school. What the fuck? You can't. This is national television. And again, the people he surrounded himself with, that there would be no way that they would ever step back and let qualified people run any goddamn thing. And now we found out that 100 million, 150 million, 200 million, whatever the estimates are, about 5 years is how long that you can operate on that before it starts showing up, even with all the money you throw at it. Fucking hell. Somebody, they said, well, Cornette was backed by a billionaire or a millionaire in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, millionaire, keyword being the M. They have already lost. I don't know how Rick Rubin is doing these days, but he's a legendary music producer. But even back in those days, 30 years ago, they've lost more than his goddamn entire worth. They would have put Rick Rubin in bankruptcy court and out on the street. I was a fucking hobby.
But to be fair, when the video game hits, it's going to change everything.
Did you see the tweet of the video game now marked down to $3 in one discount store?
Remember, for a while we weren't hearing about the media rights thing. It was when the video game hits, the investment is going to really pay off because they built an engine, they built a game that is unstoppable, and the AEW fans are going to go crazy wanting to play it. No one's playing it. No one wants to play it. Has a horrible reputation.
The images going around of the guy getting stuck in the ring and not being able to get out and just, it's like quicksand.
The images going around are like more people playing an old TNA video game than playing that. I mean, it's embarrassing, but that was the first thing we were told because we were also told the company would be profitable now if it wasn't for the video game division's sunk cost or losses, whatever you want to declare it to be. Well, they're still losing money, and that video game was a complete bust.
They should have released the video game as a movie because it costs more than fucking Heaven's Gate, right?
You know, the making of that game would probably be a funny documentary as long as they weren't in charge of the footage.
But past the video game, the rights fees, as we've talked about, and we don't mean to beat it to death, but that's still, people can't get it through their fucking heads. That... now that it's been a WWE shopped around for everything, right? And they made their decisions. And there's some people that might still want wrestling. Some people don't want wrestling unless it's the big fucking wrestling. But at the price that even now that they're getting from TBS, from Warner Brother Media, Discovery, whatever the fuck, the price they're getting now was based on they were drawing regularly another couple 100,000 fucking viewers and had names. And now Danielson's retiring. Nobody actually knows Moxley used to be a WWF guy. Punk is gone. Cody's gone. So why would they give them a raise for less stars and lower ratings? They're going to be lucky if they get the same thing. I think they should probably kiss the ground in this fucking environment.
Remember, they got their initial deal, at least according to Tony Khan, because of his friendship with Kevin Riley.
Well, yeah, and he's gone.
And before he left, because the ratings they said at the time were much higher than they initially thought they would be. I think I've read, and I want to say Dave Meltzer wrote it. Originally, they were expecting 500,000 people, which seems somewhat low. Well, they started a lot higher. They started like 1.5 million or something, which tells you a lot about where they are now. They got a quick raise. And
now, to be fair, they hit that at the start and never did it again. So don't act like they had those for a while and then they lost them. That you got to be fair.
Those were people
never
willing
came
to
back.
give it a chance, but the numbers were better initially than they thought they would be. They got an extension and a bump, and then since that time, everything is down. And of course, there's a lot of value for these brands. There's a lot of value for the NBA or the NFL or the NHL even, or MLB, even though some of these deals will lose money for the networks. It's about everything else it does for you. And right now, AEW, what they have going for them is that they are cheap programming for the network. If that changes, who knows if the network sees it the same way. It's cheap programming.
What major sponsor can't wait to get involved with AEW? What major spur? Remember they just aired a Domino's commercial at random on the fucking network, and they goddamn sabotaged that.
Yeah, they have Ric Flair's Woo Energy. That's what sponsor can't wait to be involved with them. And the network, if anyone from the network goes online, they may see some people loving it. They're going to see a lot of people ridiculing what's ridiculable, if that's a word. Things that are just ridiculous, a bad program, bad booking. Tony Khan is openly mocked. It's not just wrestling podcasts. It's TV shows covering the NFL. Him at the draft and the neck brace. So, at the same...
you know what... I'm sorry, finish. I'm sorry.
At the same time, you have WWE making deals left and right, looking like a big league organization beyond the scandals and everything. Someone will be like, oh, you didn't say anything about Vince. Yeah, we know. But they look like a big-time, real company right now. And you have another company that when they come to your town to try to impress any of the executives, they're going to have no one in the building, a dead crowd, no one who's specifically over or looks like a star. Even if you have these people and you're pushing them, they don't look like stars. Nothing. I don't want to go off on another rant again, but that's...
But you instigated one from me. That's what I was going to say, is that would have been the sports-based presentation of a new wrestling promotion. Make everybody look like they're a professional athlete. Make everybody look like they make money. Make everybody look like they belong on television. Make everybody look like they can conduct themselves like legitimate, experienced performers from the start, instead of having a bunch of outlaw, indie, legless wonders and dog-faced boys and stupid fucking people sticking their hands in their pockets. They could have done considerably. And then, even if they were the secondary brand to the WWE, which, let's face it, they were always going to be, but they could be attractive to sponsors for a younger demographic if the sponsor wasn't tuning in to see some stupid motherfucker drinking somebody's blood, cutting somebody with a pizza cutter, going through the flaming table, whatever all the stupid shit they've done because they can't get out of the rec centers in their minds. That would be sports-based. A brand may want to advertise with this young thing that's cheaper than the goddamn WWE, or I can get a more prominent placement with them. And if any of my customers or consumers or whatever the fucking product or service is, watch this program, nobody's going to think that I'm a fucking idiot for being on it. My product for being on it. If there's a goddamn bunch of children fucking slicing each other with razor blades and going through barbed wire. Or fucking stupid, nonsensical shit. Or bad performances from people who should not be on television. That would have been sports-based. Get some fucking professional-looking motherfuckers that can at least get a tan, take care of their body, and take the business seriously. And look like they're being portrayed to be. That would have been sports-based. There's my rant.
Well, I gave my rant last week after what was an abysmal showing from AEW Dynamite, which of course led to they weren't record low ratings since the insurrection in 2020 for the key demo, I believe. And
so only disease and fucking government overthrow could produce lower ratings than last week's program.
Well, this week's show, you have to think will be up just because of those factors and the idea that there aren't any big competitive games up directly against it like there have been. And it's the go-home show for AEW Double or Nothing. AEW in, where were they? They were in Bakersfield, weren't they?
Bakersfield, California. The Buckaroos were in Bakersfield. They're going to put me in the movies. They're going to make a big star out of me. The biggest fools that ever hit the big time. And all we got to do is act naturally. Well, I bet you I'm gonna be a big star, might win a title you can't never tell. Oh, Tony's gonna make me a big star, but I can't play that part very well. Stop me before I
Please
improvise
stop.
anymore.
No, please. On behalf of all the listeners and civilization.
I'm pulling that out of my ass too, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and children of all fucking ages, just so you know.
We could tell by the smell.
Yeah. All right. Pretty good on your part too there, Skippy.
I didn't sing. What do you mean?
No, I'm talking about the snappy retort.
Oh. Thank you.
Yeah. So, first off, the new Open, is this some kind of video game? For the first part of it, I thought, I don't recognize that guy in their goddamn Open. Is he a new one? If they just must have signed him, but apparently is it a video game of some kind? Did they interspersed the Open of their show with this video game to make absolutely no fucking sense?
Oh, I thought it was a movie. I figured it was a cross promotion with a Mad Max movie.
Well, but it didn't look like real shit. It looked like a video game shit.
Did it?
I did, to me. Because I mean, they make this, strange as it may seem, they make those video games look really weird these days. I don't fucking know. But if you don't know, then you have to be a lot younger than us to know. And that means that most people watching this show probably didn't know. And then the first thing you hear, and by the way, this is May 22nd. Mark that date down, ladies and gentlemen. I believe it will be, the Who Killed WCW 4-part docu-series is coming up on Vice in the Dark Side of the Ring slot Tuesday nights at 10 o'clock Eastern from our friends Evan and Jason. And I understand it's going to be also known as Blame-a-Palooza. But mark down May 22nd, 2024, because I think this is where they will start when they go the end times of AEW. I don't know if this was the shark, but it may have been the start of the shark jumping. And again, with all the stuff we've been talking about and the dropping ratings and people.
No, you know what? The shark jumping was the CM Punk video from All In. It's all been downhill since then.
Well, you may be right. It's been a steady descent.
I'm not even just saying that like, oh, it was a big moment. No, statistically, it's all been downhill since then.
But this is it. They're just now they're having fun with it while it's burning. It's like they're making fun of how bad it can be, or they can make it. The first thing we saw, they're sucking hind tit bad to the opposition, and their answer again is to make the amateur bullshit clown the first thing that you see. I'm sorry, but Jefferson Starship is not a hot enough band in this day and age to get people to stay tuned to this when they see this fucking guy mope into the ring with his fucking face on. And then here comes the best wrestler in the world, the multi-million-dollar acquisition. The grinder himself, all the way from across the pond, Will Ostrich, comes out in his ostrich feathers. So he's secondary to the first thing we see, wouldn't he be the big fucking star? But no, it's the guy that the owner dressed up as at Halloween. And then out comes Ostrich, who's not there to kick the shit out of the guy that sticks his hands in his pockets. They've made them partners. Now they are partner. You remember that hot tag team of Stone Cold Steve Austin and the Brooklyn Brawler. And actually, I'm sorry, that's an insult to the Brooklyn Brawler. He could work. He was a nice man. And they're partners, and they're maybe being managed, although we don't know, by the evil heel manager Don Fallis, who calls both guys while he's sitting on color, my guys. And he does manage Ostrich, who's the most popular guy in the company. So he's managed by the heel manager. And Fallis was whispering to Pockets and put his arm around him last week on TV. So these two baby faces are going to wrestle Roderick Strong and Trent. And with Taven and Bennett in the corner, being completely wasted as, they would never mean anything again now in wrestling after being exposed on this television like they have been. So I will recap the situation here. The newest high-priced sign talent, the best in the world, is teamed with a comedy goof against two guys that have... Roderick Strong is the best worker in the match, in my opinion, but he's totally useless now due to the way that he's been presented since he's been here. And the other guy is a comedy goof at best. And again, Trent now and his mother and the minivan and whatever. No. So they've stuck their top guy in with preliminary guys. It would be if the team was Stone Cold Steve Austin of the Brooklyn Brawler, they're wrestling Kai and Ty. And why do they put him in these positions? Because it means something for both of the pay-per-view matches. Not only Ostrich and Roddy, where Ostrich wins a title that they made up a while back that nobody gives a shit about. And also, Pockets is going to have his blood feud with Trent because they're not best friends anymore. So they're burying our boy Will here into all of this fucking indie level bullshit. And did you hear Don Fallis do my line?
No, what did he say?
What did I always say about Paul Lee? I always said Paul Lee.
He's fat. What you said?
No, not recently. What I've said for years before he was bald and fat. Paul Lee would rather climb a tree and tell a lie than stand on the ground and tell the truth. And Fallis did it about Trent. But anyway, I have a hard time trying to critique this like a legitimate match because it would dignify the bad joke. But at the bell, the instant four-way on the floor and in the ring, 2 dives within 30 seconds. On fast forward, it looked like they were letting the mascot do all his goofy shit. That's where I first saw the Cornette is God sign. And I appreciate the entrepreneurial spirit and the overall sentiment that the gentleman who was holding it was expressing, but I don't think I'm God because I really exist. But we know where you were going with that. And finally, Ostrich dives on Taven and Bennett out on the floor, and here comes Wardlow. I forgot he was still there. Has he still been there? Is he hurt? What's the matter with him?
I don't know.
Well, he just showed up and he leveled Will. And then...
Remember, this was the lead heel stable after they turned on MJF. It was the Devil and his henchmen.
Well, the Devil went back to Georgia because he was looking for time to heal.
Devil went back to Britt Baker.
And she's probably now thinking, I should have stuck with dentistry. But Wardlow comes out and he levels Ostrich and throws him in the ring. And then he was just a guy that was holding people from that point. And Trent and Roddy were double teaming Pockets and they pinned him 1, 2, 3. And then all the heels got on Ostrich. And then Roddy hits him with the title belt and he gets color. He gets bleeding a gusher. Again, this is supposed to be their new guy. If they're not crazy, he's going to be winning the world title some kind of way at Wembley Stadium. And he's bleeding. They're beating the shit out of him too, underneath fucking heels. And Trent choked out Pockets, and Roddy gave a big backbreaker to Ostrich, and they left him laying a bloody fucking mess. Your thoughts?
I don't really watch Orange Cassidy matches. I don't care who they put him in there with, so I didn't pay too much attention. And I think part of the problem is that a lot of the other former viewers or viewers of AEW feel the same way, and the ratings have bared that out. And for some reason, Tony keeps going back to this like it's his mantra. I didn't really pay too much attention. Also, want to say we're going to do our best behind the scenes, but there will be some audio issues on Jim's end that we're currently dealing with. So I just want to let everyone know we're aware of them and we are working on them.
It's all my fault. It's always Spectrum's fault. I'm paying for everything I can goddamn pay for. They can't charge me anymore for the goddamn internet that they're providing me than what they do now.
But, Ospreay is a star. Ospreay's great. And he was in there with Orange Cassidy, who I think a lot of fans are sick of. Trent Beretta, who no one really cares about. Now he's feuding with Orange Cassidy. And who's the other person? It was Roderick Strong. Roderick Strong, part of the Devil stable. Adam Cole's not even there. No one takes any of this seriously. No one took him seriously ever since he was in a wheelchair screaming out people's names. Not good. Not a good way to start the show.
And you know what? I just realized this. Bobby Eaton had a superstition. Bobby Eaton would never sit in a wheelchair. If guys were doing wheelchair races with some stray wheelchair in the back, no, he'd fucking jump away from it. If it was the only place to sit and both his legs were broken, he would not sit in a fucking wheelchair. Because he would say, you're going to burn the bread on yourself, which means you're going to jinx yourself. Well, there Roderick Strong did the goddamn wheelchair bit in that group all that time. Adam! And Adam Cole ended up in the wheelchair. For real. There's something going on there. You can't tell me there's not something going on there, Brian.
Well, actually, I can. There's nothing going on there. Not even about what you're saying. Just in general, there's nothing going on.
Well, that's true. Nothing going on there. Okay, speaking of nothing going on, the premise that caused the Buckaroos to be in the building that night, they're running the show again. Tony Khan is off somewhere in Jacksonville, we assume, whatever. And they've got a bunch of indie security guys, and they're doing a whiny promo. They're passing out Darby Allin's picture. He has been barred from the arena. He's not allowed in tonight. Don't let this guy in. And then Sanjay Dutt walked in and told them, and again, this is the Sanjay doing the comedy. It's comedy on top of comedy. This was hat on a hat. You've got comedy figures in the Buckaroos and a comedy figure in Sanjay. And together they do the comedy about Zippy the Giant Pinhead in the main event tonight taking care of Bryan Danielson. But then we went back out to unless you have anything to add to this, that was the setting up the premise. We'll see the Buckaroos again.
Yeah, they're doing themselves no favors, and having Sanjay show up did not say, oh boy, this is going to be something good.
Why can't they even act? Let me try. There's so multiple. Act like a gentleman is not like acting and actors. Let me try to phrase that. Why can they not perform like they are serious at what they are doing, which would still be acting, but it wouldn't be acting badly on purpose? See, this makes your head hurt. Why are they doing this where you specifically don't believe they mean anything they say, and they are not trying to take it seriously?
Because they can't, and they're not talented enough to do that, to actually do a work that works. I'll say this too, and I've always in the past said good things or had compliments at times about Nick Jackson for his athleticism. He, as a scumbag lackey heel, there's something there. The problem is his brother has go-away heat with more people than they realize. Because Nick Jackson can hide the bad acting because he's a dimwit and he comes across as a dimwit. The other one is clearly the leader of the two, and he's the worst actor. He's the one with the bad stutter. He's the one who goes out there and hams it up for the camera. The fans don't give a shit anymore. So just want to say that because I do think that's an important thing. The Bucks don't have any heat, but specifically one of the Bucks I think has a lot of go-away heat with a lot of the audience.
And the other one would make a good slimy flunky.
Yeah, he'd be a really good slimy flunky. You're trying to cause some trouble. You call out your men. He comes out there, looks like a dirtbag, takes a few good bumps. You don't. because you sent your flunkies out there, I think he would work like that.
I got no problem with that. See, now that's an example of being used as you really appear rather than as you delude yourself to believe you are. But speaking of delusional, after all this time, they're still going to let Jay White talk. And Jay White and the Gun Boys have some personality. And I think out of everybody that's been on this program, they've probably done the least amount of damage to the Guns because they hadn't been on TV before. And even though, their matches have been booked the same way as everybody else's, they actually it works when they do stupid things because they look like two lunkheads and they work their ass off. And they can talk a little bit, but being next to Jay White and he's doing most of the talking, it's a death spot. And so there's fucking the light switch, Jay White himself droning on, and the atmosphere was like was it a library or was it an operating room? I swear I was hearing something in the back go, beep, shh, beep, shh. And they're doing a promo about Pac. Oh, joy, oh, bliss. And at one point, the promo was not good and it didn't make a lot of sense to me, but I zoned out. But it seemed like it was going on fairly endlessly. But the people were so quiet, like you could hear murmuring and individual cell phone fucking, buzzers going off. And then suddenly, Jay White finishes a sentence and one of the fans screams, "Who wrote this shit?" And it popped the fucking people more than his promo had been. And they start giggling, not about what he's talking about, but what the fucking hecklers are saying.
He is such a bad promo. We heard that he was a good promo coming out of New Japan. We didn't watch that stuff. He has nothing to say, takes forever to say that, but he also does it almost like he's rhyming and singing, but he's not. I am number one, the bang bang man. I am banging, bang, bang, bang. He's just saying shit. You don't even know what he's talking about. No one gives a fuck. That building went silent. You heard that guy? You're not exaggerating. Everyone heard, who wrote this shit?
Yeah.
That's not what you want in the middle of your wrestling show.
And by the way, you may have buried the lead there when the way you started, you said, yes, everybody said he was great. He was a wonderful promo in New Japan Pro Wrestling. So that means that he was established an English-speaking man as a good promo in a non-English-speaking country. As long as he goes to places where they don't speak English, I bet you he sounds great.
I'm the bang bang man. I am the man who does this. I will tell you I'm great. Everything, he's singing it, but he's not singing it. But he also says nothing. He's like Shivani as a wrestler. He just says absolutely nothing.
My heart went bang, shang-a-lang, bang, shang-a-lang.
This will be a great night for everyone. The greatest night ever. Bang, 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 bang. Shut up. You're so bad at promos. Get off the mic. Don't do this anymore.
Oh, but he will, because suddenly Pac appeared on the screen to very little reaction. And said, well, you're not the only one with the friends, or it's 3-on-1 or whatever the fuck it is. And the lights go out. And then the dramatic mood lighting comes on, and it's Felix and Penthouse. The Lucha Brothers are back, baby. Now with Alex.
The Visa Brothers.
Hey, there you have it. Well, one of them's MasterCard. And then the three of them run to the fucking ring, and they have a really sloppy fight, and the heels bail out, and Pac challenges for a 6-man title match at Double or Nothing. Oh, joy, oh, bliss. Did we know that was coming? We previewed that show already. Do you know they have I'm going to ask you 7 questions in a row and not let you answer a goddamn one of them. Do you know, are you aware, are you cognizant of the fact?
I'm worried. I don't know.
That I looked on the guide, And they have an hour and a half pregame show. Well, on mine, it says 3 episodes of Countdown, which is the old pay-per-view fucking, Barker show thing. But an hour and a half window of pre-show to try to sell you the show, and then a 4.5 hour window on the pay-per-view. It would be 6 goddamn hours straight for those hardy souls, those brave explorers who dare to go where no fucking decent human has ever gone before, and watch 6 hours this shit. The people that go to the pay-per-view are going to have to watch this shit for an hour and a half before they see the start of the pay-per-view?
Yeah, and I get a kick out of RJ City, but if you ever want to miss Todd Pettengill and Stephanie Wyan, go watch him and Renee Paquette hosting the pre-show. Unwatchable.
You know what? Todd Pettengill was an underrated talent. Not anything related to wrestling, but he was a talented guy. But Stephanie
Wyan.
Yeah, not McMahon. Why? Some of you are me too. She was brief there.
Yeah.
But she was very brief. But nevertheless, they hit the ring and they fight and they challenge, and then the pay-per-view gets ever longer.
No, we didn't know that was going to be on the pay-per-view. Literally, when we previewed it, we both said, every time they add matches at the last minute for no good reason, I'm sure they'll do it here. And here's the first one.
Well, apparently the reason is to fill up 6 fucking hours. And I don't know what matches are going to be on which, but I'm concentrating on the top 4.5, baby.
You feel burned out sitting at home? Wait until you're in the arena.
Yeah, good Lord. What the fuck is the matter with any of these people?
Wear a diaper. Never leave your seat. AEW Double or Nothing.
God.
Paradise, Nevada.
They're gonna hand out free razors from Harry's at ringside. People are gonna have to shave in between fucking matches. And especially the fucking women. So then the next match was Hook versus Brian Keith versus Shapoopy with Chris Jericho on color. And apparently the winner of this match was supposed to get a FTW title match with Jericho on the pay-per-view. And now Jericho is calling it the For the World title. It's for you. So basically, the match does not need to be dignified with description. But finally, Shapoopy got a figure 4, kind of, on Brian Keith. But then Hook comes from behind and gets a choke on Brian Keith. And Brian Keith taps out to both things with both hands at the same time. And the
talented man.
And I'd like to see him rub his head and tap out on his belly, though. Now that would be, what kind of athlete are you, motherfucker? Rub your head and tap out on your belly. And then the corpse referee was in there, so of course he raised both guys' hands, and the fans kind of lightly groaned and then started chanting, "Let them fight," because they're like, "What the fuck?" And then
you're getting more AEW fans groaning at these shows than ever before. It's audible; you can hear it.
And you know what? I can see where that somebody could have made and remember I've said before, I've told a story where every idea I've ever heard anybody pitch, there was some element of it that they could at least convey if it was done right, it would be good somehow, right? There's something to it, right? Any serious fucking idea. I can see where they sold the idea this could be good, but not with Hook and Brian Keith and Shapoopy. If you had done this at one point with Ric Flair and The Undertaker and Shawn Michaels, I don't fucking know. But it might very well have got over. It's not just but in this underneath fucking match to further fucking Jericho's issue that nobody wants to see or be a part of. It was just, come on.
And the Jericho act is so close to the Young Bucks act right now in terms of the way he's behaving and treating the fans and the disingenuousness. So It seems even more lame. And we just saw him weeks ago not behaving like this. So he's coming out there. The sad thing is, This is Chris's pathetic way of trying to lean into all the legitimate criticism about him for years now at this point.
Because he thinks that, well, yes, whenever they say that on Twitter or they say this on the air or whoever says this wherever, well, yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm going for. No, it preceded the gimmick. The cart is following the horse's ass or something like that.
Yeah, please retire is not a chant for an endearing heel or a heel that you boo, but you may still want to see him on TV get his ass kicked. That's for someone you want off TV. Someone as a fan, you groan and go, oh, it's the Jericho segment. And, slowly but surely, reality's starting to slap Chris Jericho in the face because he's lost the AEW fans. And just like Tony's booking, this ain't going to get better. This is going to get worse. He's been in an endless midlife crisis since before he was in his midlife crisis. So now he's going to really start being desperate, and it's going to be bad stuff. That's what I would.
Are you saying he's had an early life crisis?
I'm saying he went into his midlife crisis like in his 20s. It was something he was running from. And I think now it's really, really bad, and he's having a tough time. Someone who always had the good graces of a lot of fans has burned that out. And now he has to try to survive without a rabid fan base for him. He hasn't really had that before.
Do you think that translated to the production truck or even Tony at this point? Because after the match, Jericho's on the mic and he's doing the cheesiness. Well, thank you very much. And I'm great and blah, blah, blah. And Tony Schiavone, at first I thought, can he hit his mute button? Does he not know his mic is on his headset? But he was talking like he's talking to the producer. And then he says it while Jericho is still talking. I just got a text from Tony Khan. It's a 3-way for the FTW title because there was 2 winners of the match, Hook and Shapoopy. And when Jericho's still talking, and they started playing the music. It was like they did everything but the old fucking hook around the neck. Get him off the stage. The announcer starts talking over him. They play the fucking music. He's still on the fucking PA mic. Anyway.
I love AEW production issues.
Did you like the production then of Willow Nightingale and the Mercedes Moon package, where now I guess they've realized that Mercedes has not met expectations in a lot of people's eyes, and they've already turned her heel, and she's talking like a heel. And they show Willow beating her in New Japan Pro Wrestling in Los Angeles or wherever the fuck it was with a power bomb. Boom, 1, 2, 3. They never showed the injury. They just showed Mercedes being carried out afterwards, and they can't show the injury because, as we were reminded the other day, she did it herself. She fell off the fucking top rope and broke her own fucking ankle. Willow didn't have anything to do with it. So, and then they've recapped all their AEW stuff, but is this the weirdest goddamn I'm coming to get even with you for breaking my insert bone here that you've ever seen in your life?
Everything with Mercedes Moné has been done so poorly, and unfortunately it's stunting Willow Nightingale's development right now, being tied to all this. The pay-per-views are right outside of Vegas. I think they had just under 5,000 tickets, or maybe in that range. So it'll be a big crowd for them. You have to think some people are flying in. If there was ever a crowd that may be receptive to Mercedes, it would be a crowd with people flying in, you would think. Because if this match was on a Dynamite, I think Mercedes would get booed out of the building for Willow.
No, I think you're right. I think that anytime it's a fly-in crowd, they're going to cheer for Mercedes Moan, because you would have to be a human being with wings to, at this point, want to cheer for Mercedes Moan. So every human being with wings will be cheering for her.
Well, of course, that match will be coming up on the big pay-per-view this weekend, and it is a big holiday weekend here in the States, as we are getting prepared for right now. It's a time for celebration and relaxation. The kids are home from school.
Yeah.
Maybe you have an extra day. Maybe it's a Friday off or a Tuesday as well. Whatever it may be, you need food. You have to feed all these people that are suddenly around, these freeloaders with nothing to do. And I don't know who I'm putting down exactly, but ladies and gentlemen, we have a solution that I'm starving for right now.
We have a solution to just let me take over from here. You've done enough.
Thank you.
You've got us here. Let me start swinging that shovel and dig us out. I'll tell you who we can start forgetting about feeding is those daggum grubby little crumb snatching children. They're home from school. They're wanting to eat all the time, all day, every day at the house. They're eating everybody out of house and home. You know, those children, they'll eat like cats and dogs. So what you need to do is you need to send the children out for something for the parents. Or you don't even need to send them out. They do not have to go out these days, these children, because they know how to work the interwebs. So get them on the interwebs and have them go to omahasteaks.com right now, because not only is it Memorial Day coming up, and it probably will be by the time you hear this, but every day is a good day to eat steak. But also you got Father's Day coming up. How else are you going to please good old Pop than to get the children out of his way and give him some meat? And that's exactly what the two things right there. Send the children out, and then they'll bring back the meat. And the Father's Day experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to put a smile on Pop's face this summer, because they've got hand-selected gift packages. I'm rubbing my hands together right. Do you hear that? Right now.
Your hands are modulating. Can you stop that?
Would you quit that?
Hey.
They're greedily anticipating the hand-selected gift packages of Omaha Steaks from the Father's Day experts over there. They are starting. You can go as low as $89, folks. $89 for a box of meat delivered to your door that you can cook and consume in this day and age is outrageously cheap. And if you go to omahasteaks.com and use the promo code JCE at checkout, you're going to get an additional discount when you shop the various gourmet gift packages for Father's Day. And we're talking about juicy pork chops, air-chilled chicken, beefy burgers, as well as the incredible thing that they are known for, the big old sides of beef known as the Omaha Steaks. And I'll tell you what, whether you cook it rare, medium, well done, or knock the horns and bring it out on a leash, either way includes the Omaha Steaks seasoning that would make a piece of tire just taste just fine. Have you ever done that before, Brian, when you were grilling pieces of rubber tire? Put some Omaha Steaks seasoning on that thing?
We don't do that up here in the Northeast. I can't really speak to how you guys in the South do things, but of course...
It must be a Southern tradition at all cookouts to grill up some tire.
But
I'll tell you what, the Omaha Steak seasoning makes even that taste good. So if you put it on actual cattle byproduct, boy, you're going to be farting through silk, literally. But dads want steak for Father's Day. Well, you should have got mom some meat for Mother's Day. I mean, everybody likes to eat, right? Give mom some meat next year. Mark that down. That's in May. Give mom some meat. But right now, give dad some beef, some chicken, some pork. Any animal with a leg can come from omahasteaks.com right now. And you're going to get an additional discount if you use the promo code JCE to save on exclusive packages starting at just $89 for all these various cuts of beef and poultry and pig and cow and duck, ocelot. There's an awful lot of things at Omaha Steaks. It takes all kinds of critters to make Omaha Steaks fritters at omahasteaks.com. Promo code JCE.
That's right. My favorite of those Franks. They have those jumbo Franks, the most underrated hot dog out there. They're fantastic.
As a matter of fact, and they're so plump. Plump, I say, plumper than the Pillsbury Doughboy. Those big, you bring the Franks, I'll bring the beans.
All right. Omaha Steaks, welcome back to the show. We're happy to have you guys back. And delicious food that we love here at the house, and so do they at the House of Cornette. I can't speak. I don't know what's happening
with you.
Back to you. It's your show.
No, it's not. Again, you keep blaming me. But the next match on AEW Dynamite was Matt Sydal against, again, Don Fallis presents from the Don Fallis family. Our friend, your friend, we all scream for him. Take a shit. Who now is, besides the fact that Don's out with baby faces 1 minute, heels the next. Nobody knows why. It's never been explained. He has them fight each other. That went apparently nowhere. And now, when were we talking about backwards booking, Brian? When were we talking about how that Tony always starts people out where they should end up, and then 6 months later, they're doing the shit they should have started out with?
We've talked about that a bunch lately.
Okay, well, our boy Take wins with a forearm smash. He wound up like he was going to throw the goddamnedest right hand punch to the mush that you've ever seen anybody throw since goddamn Mike Tyson, and then hit him with a forearm and boom, and it knocked Sydal out. And Shivani jumped in, and this is how he thought was selling the forearm is even more dangerous. Yeah, he hit him right with that pad on. Yeah, he hit him with a padded forearm. That makes it much more dangerous than a naked forearm. Call attention to the fucking pad. God damn it. Tully Blanchard would have been ashamed of you, Tony. But anyway, in 1 minute, he knocks the guy out with a forearm, so he's going backwards too. This should have been his first TV match. You start somebody out that you want to push straight off the bat, that you want to establish as a star, as a valued quantity, a commodity. He wins fairly quickly or fairly easily a number of times to establish that he's somebody, and then he gets competitive. And it takes him longer to beat him, and just by the skin of his teeth, and he has to cheat, and then he starts losing. You don't have him lose first and then get competitive and then goddamn have him do squashes. Or have I just not been paying attention for the past 48 fucking years?
And there goes that fucking bird. And this is the reaction to Takeshita complaining about the booking.
Oh, I forgot about that. So Tony's okay. I'll throw him a bone. He's unhappy, so I'll give him a good win. But now this makes more sense because he complained, so he got the 1 minute squash match in Tony's mind. That's like, okay, now he won't have any reason to complain anymore. And then what happens next is when you complain. Because here comes Moxley to the ring, the big entrance through the people, with the microphone, and gets in the ring and has the face off and acts like he's going to say something and just punches Take a shit in the face with the microphone and knocks him out. And Tony Schiavone, as one of the announcers, reacts to this with, "Oh, that was great." And so this guy takes one shot with a microphone from this fucking bandy-legged, bow-fucking-armed goddamn plumber and sells it bigger than fucking Pockets sold a pile driver on the steel stairs last week. And then Moxley staggers around him and says, "I'm going to see you at Double or Nothing," and then leaves out through the rest of the fucking marks. So he is sorry, Takeshita. I didn't mean to insult you with my booking of you. So here, let me give you a good solid win. And then I'm going to have this fucking indie level fucking pale jack off come and knock you out with one punch in the middle of the goddamn ring.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing else I could really add to that. It was kind of ridiculous to have his music play for this, but no one could come to the ring without their music playing in AEW.
Well, but now do you think anybody else is going to complain about the booking on Twitter? or face the one-punch knockout from the plumber?
I don't know.
Well, you want to check back in with the world champion of this operation?
The world champ, not John Moxley. That's the IWGP champion. You mean Swerve Strickland?
Yeah, I mean the AEW world champion, the secondary. He's on the B shows. When the main crew's in Atlanta or Charlotte, he's going to be in Gainesville, Georgia. At the 9:00 hour, they decided to feature in a match, TV match, their world champion, Swerve Strickland, against a 19-year-old teenager in a competitive classic. Nick Plain. Nick Plain is the flunky for the group composed of Christian Cage, and he's the patriarch of Nick Plain, and he's somehow a lizard's father, and he's the son of a jackal. And Nick Plain's mom is in there. She's doing something with somebody behind the scenes where the inference is somehow. And so there's been heat before between them, but that was when Nick Plain, they thought, was going to be the babyface and Swerve was the heel. So yes, Swerve did invade his home, his training area, and bloody him with the picture of his father and all this other shit, right? But now Swerve's the babyface world champion, and Nick Plain is the obnoxious fucking heel sidekick in the Christian group. And so this should have been something where Swerve kicked the shit out of this motherfucker, shouldn't it? Shouldn't it?
Once again, Swerve should have had a very quick win over somebody, which he hasn't had against anybody since he won the title. Even if you want to argue him having a long competitive match with Brian Cage. The way Nick Wayne's been used as the flunky that I mentioned earlier should have been a quick win. It shouldn't have been a competitive match against a teenager.
This is the
who's not Barry Windham. He's, it's not just against any teenager, but it's not
Terry Gordy.
Yeah,
he ain't Terry Gordy. But that's what he's the guy that when they hold the fucking baby face, he jumps up and does a flippy do thing to him or whatever. But that's the point, is that it doesn't have to be a quick win. And a lot of people say, wow, that sounds boring. No. Have Swerve for all that they have done to him. He gets this fucking guy all to himself. Have him tear into the fucking guy and beat him the fuck up for a few minutes. They spent 2 or 3 minutes on the floor while Aubrey Ed stood and stared at him. And then the skinny 19-year-old kid takes over and starts kicking the shit out of the world champion. Instead, you could have Swerve hit the ring and, like I said, kick the shit out of it, but shoot him by backdrop, body slam, drop kick, fucking savate kick, goddamn wrestling moves. The guy can beg off. Oh, shit. A lot of that type of thing. Go out, bang his head on the table a time or two, throw him back in. After 3 minutes, let him poke a finger in a fucking eye for a second, but goddamn Swerve comes back and is ready to put him away. And here comes the other fucking heels and jump Swerve. Because instead, they went back and forth for I don't know fucking how long, including Swerve giving Nick the double stomp finish off the apron onto the floor and then rolling him in and having Nick foil the very next fucking move and get a 2 count on him. And then they finally... That's what happens. Swerve kicks Nick in the head, 1, 2, 3, and then the heels jump him. So why not just get straight to the heels fucking jumping him? God damn it. And then Swerve shit-canned Dino and chased Cage out of the arena and threw the back in a low-speed run and Christian carjacked an SUV and tried to pull out, but another car pulls up and blocks him, and that's Prince Nana. And boy, when they rent vehicles to do parking lot shoots, they want to make sure they get their money, don't they? There was all kinds of cars being driven by all kinds of people. But anyway, so Swerve catches Cage and pulls him out of the SUV and beats him up and DDTs him on top of the SUV and then missed a chair shot where he on the hood of the thing and Christian ran off. So now at least they didn't leave Swerve laying this week. But God, in trying to course correct and show that he had some balls, is there still any heat left for the goddamn pay-per-view? Do they have to go from one extreme to the other? You've emasculated him, ripped his hair out, tried to steal his teeth, and just immobilized him and left him laying like a piece of shit 3 weeks in a row, leading up to the pay-per-view. At least maybe they'll pay to see him get even. Instead, he beats everybody up and gets even on TV. What else? He could have killed him, but short of that, I don't know what to say.
This feud has been terrible. They have done nothing to. I mean, they've made Swerve a mid-carder as the world champion, and I think a lot of it is they should have expected that, just putting him in a feud with Christian Cage at this point in time, quite frankly. But then the way he's been treated in this feud, I've never seen a world champion win a title and they get treated like this ever. Well, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. I haven't seen anyone who ever had a champion they treated with respect and cared about do this, because Vince has insulted plenty of champions.
Yeah, Vince has insulted everybody. But here's the thing, Swerve was cooling off before they made the move to put the belt on him. And I think if you trace it back, sticking Page in the middle of that fucking deal was the beginning of Swerve not being as over as he once was, wasn't it? The three-way for the title.
I would argue Page not being there after being so involved also hurt everything. And that may have been, or you would think that could have been, the feud that Swerve would have gone to if Page hadn't disappeared. And you know, I thought about this the other day too.
Well, but I just thought, where is fucking Page?
I don't even know. It was a personal issue, a family issue. But I also think it hurt the Bucks.
What is he having the baby? How many months could a personal issue take? I'd forgotten completely about him.
I also think it hurts the Bucks and everything they're doing. If they had had Adam Page there with him, it would have at least had a little more credibility. Instead, it's just them and Jack Perry and Okada, who's, I hate to say it, he's almost like the comedy figure because he's so out of place.
Well, he's the adult chaperone. He's they got the boy band, but you got to have somebody over 21 to be able to fucking rent the cars and shit, right? But that's with Swerve, is if they'd have gone straight to Swerve and Joe and put the belt on Swerve, I believe he would have been much better off than when they went to that three-way, muddied it up, and then put it on him later or whatever. By then it was starting to cool off because they'd found a new toy. Because everybody cheered for Ostrich when he came in. And they'll probably bury that in about 4 to 6 weeks if they are according to form. But anyway, you want to say anything about Malachi Black's match otherwise than it happened?
No, not really. To me, the match wasn't the important thing here. It was the post-match, which gave bad memories of WCW to some people.
Yeah, and this is one of the things I mentioned earlier. I'm trending right now because their television program was rotten. And this is when I got up this morning, because the show was last night. I said, I can't watch this live. I don't have the energy. Or like I did the last couple of weeks where I'd, wait till 8:30 and pick it up where I could zip through some commercials and shit. If I'd have done that last night, I'd have been highly upset. Because, but when I got up and saw Twitter, this was one of the things that people were citing is, oh my God, look at this. The flashbacks, the imagery of what did they say? The overbookedness of the demise of WCW and Malachi Black kicks Kyle O'Reilly in the head and beats him 1, 2, 3. And then suddenly the lights go off. And now the whole ring is bathed in red light. And then the lights come back on regular. And then red slime from fire hoses that appeared from the ceiling shot down on Malachi Black hard enough to give him brain damage. And he
Shot
fucking
down.
took a bump.
Oh,
What did they have that shit in? It was and I know people. No, listen to me. I know people are going to say, well, it's a thing, the Brood, right? Edge and Gangrel and Christian, the red lights, the vampire thing, and the blood, but it looked more like what they would fucking do in WCW when blood just started, and/or slime, different colors of things, started dropping from the ceiling, and sometimes the guy'd be standing there and it would drop like 5 feet to the right of him, and he'd just turn and look, oh, what the fuck? 'Cause they wouldn't measure it right or whatever.
I half expect to find out that Malachi got hurt from the blood hitting him. It hit him with such force.
I don't know what the fuck. Because it looked almost like they was coming up out of the mat from fountains. That's how tubular the liquid still was. But it had to knock the teetotal shit out of him. And so then they get a shot from one of the handheld ringside cameras of Malachi Black all drenched and down in this blood or this slime or whatever. And the screen comes on and you see it's going to be somebody's feet. And it's going to reveal who it is. And it's just a random cameraman on the other side of the ring walked right into the shot they had and covered the fucking screen up. God damn. They switched off that real quick. Like, what the fuck? And it looked like they were trying to play fucking shadow puppets on Edge's goddamn video. And it was Edge on the screen telling Malachi Black to be careful what he wishes for, because elsewise we'll apparently shoot you with this goddamn liquid hard enough to give you brain damage if you wish for the wrong thing again. But it with this and some of the other things that's going to happen later on, people were saying, what in the world? The overbooked, incoherent mess that was the dying days of WCW and shit falling literally from the ceiling. And they're doing it. And, is this the end of times?
No, that'll be the media rights renewal. Times are still happening, but man, I went back and watched it a second time because the blood came down so powerful. I'm like, I mean, it almost knocked him out, you would think.
Yes.
What if he swallowed some of that shit?
God damn, if he'd have been like a turkey in a thunderstorm, he'd have looked up and drowned.
And by the way, we brought it up before just about violence at these shows. You heard the commentator say, oh, it's on me. If you buy a ringside ticket for a wrestling show, you're not signing up for that. This isn't a Gallagher concert.
Anyway, again, in the past, it's looked like somebody's turned like a bucket of paint over up in the top, or whatever. But this was a fucking projectile hose type of apparatus, had to be. And it had to splash. These people are less than 20 feet from the ring. It had to go somewhere. What's the dry cleaning bill going to? Well, do any of these people have their clothes dry cleaned? Only the announcers, probably. Well, the next match on the lineup, Brian, as I mentioned, the female talent in action. We had Toni Storm and Maria May against Saraya. She's still here. And Harley Cameron. She's somehow now a wrestling person. And they had in their corner Saraya's brother. And I'm not even kidding. Apparently now, was Saraya mad at Tony's booking or something, so he gave her brother a job? What happened here?
Well, he did give her brother a job. I actually recently saw a video that was very sweet of her brother.
Whose brother?
It was her brother.
What? Now, wait a minute. Is there some kind of intergender relationship going on here?
I don't even know how that would make any sense, but no, there's none of that. What I was saying was I saw a very nice video of her brother returning home after a month in the States. I think it was a month with AEW, and his children were just over the moon to see their dad. It was actually a very, very beautiful video.
After a month. Remember back in Daniel Boone's days?
I think it was a lot. Daniel Boone.
Back in Daniel Boone's days, when he set out from the cabin to walk to the goddamn Capitol up in Philadelphia back in those days, he was gone for 3 months. And then he'd walk back up and Becky would say, well, Daniel, you're home. It's only been 3 months. You walked to Philadelphia and back. Hey, he's got a goddamn cell phone. A fucking British Airways flight, 8 hours each way, maybe more if he takes that fancy damn new supersonic transport. Anyhow,
I don't understand what your problem is. That his family were happy that he came home.
Well, yeah, he's not like he's been gone to war for years. He's been a POW held in a camp.
Kids. Hey, listen, if you had cameras at home for any of the territory guys when they came home, I'm sure their kids would have reacted very similarly. Very happy that.
Well, they would have said, who the fuck is that, Mommy? Who the fuck is this man broke into our house? So anyway, they had this tag team match. And Toni Storm and Maria May won the match. And then suddenly Serena Deeb came in with a chair and knocked the shit out of Luther and hit Maria May with a fake gut shot to the stomach. I guess that does make sense. And then headbutted Toni Storm and then took her shoe off and drew back and knocked Toni Storm colder than a banker's heart with her shoe. And this got a smattering of boos from this bemused crowd. I guess now we've established this week she's a heel. If you knock somebody out with a shoe, well, that's just not cricket. And then she got a chair. And again, this is one of those things that I guess sounded good in concept, but she got the chair and Toni Storm is laying on her stomach and she puts the chair on Toni Storm's back and gets a half Boston crab while she's sitting on the chair that's on Toni Storm's back. But she's sitting on the edge of the seat, unlike the viewers. She's on the edge of her seat. So she's not cranking back on the crab as much as you normally crank back on a crab to make it a real cranky crab when you're putting it on with no chair in the middle. And then not only is Ref Aubrey Ed, but Paul Turner's in there. Both are just pleading with her with hands akimbo. Please let go. Please. He's a grown adult man. He could just pull her fucking off. Who writes this shit?
That is yet to be completely established. There are several suspects at several different points. And the crowd reactions.
Could that be the video game they make money with? A version of Clue?
Who writes this shit?
Who killed this shit? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The women's segment, though, again, the crowd reactions are not even what they are for the men's matches that the fans are disinterested in. So that's an issue right there. I watched this on mute after a while because I was trying to get some editing done. On mute, clearly Toni Storm and her heel faction are heels. And Serena Deeb, the babyface, got her revenge, just like Swerve did earlier. I kind of think to that argument last week, it's the same thing. Toni Storm is kind of still a heel. And Serena Deeb is the sympathetic babyface. They showed a video of like everything that happened. It was like they kidnapped her dojo flag. And, like they're totally fucking with her.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about the flag. The flag, yeah, the Toni Storm and Luther and Maria were holding up in the ring was the flag they stole, like good baby faces, from Serena, so she whacked them all and got it back. All by herself, didn't need any help.
So she's the babyface.
But the people are booing the shit out of her for it.
They're booing this.
Well, would you like to talk about the main event, Brian? You can't do the show proper without talking about this main event.
What was the main event this week, Jim?
Well, Bryan Danielson, due to the chicanery and the tomfoolery and the evil treachery and profundity and etc. of the evil EVPs, Bryan Danielson, they got a hit out on him. They're going to take it out on him. They've got the biggest man in the world, baby. 7'6", 550-pound Zippy the Giant Pinhead, a.k.a. Platinum Thing, with his accomplices Sanjay Dutt, Jeff Jarrett, and poor Jay Lethal, who at one point I would have predicted a brilliant career for in the professional wrestling industry, but not after he's been on this television. He survived everything else. He still could have been a contender. But those days are over. And the people were into this, but both because it's Bryan Danielson, who they love and respect, and because at least it was a ridiculous visual, right? That you had to kind of want to see what was going to fucking happen with this, right? But they've had 3 years with this guy, right? Or is it 4? How long's he been there?
At least 3. He was there. I mean, he predated Jeff Jarrett, right?
I think so, yeah, because he was with Sanjay.
So 2, 3, somewhere in there.
So he's not the worst ever, because they did simple, basic stuff that, you could basically teach a guy to walk through. But the problem is that's what he kind of was doing. He's kind of walking through it. He's not a natural. He has very little personality that he exudes. He's got an interesting face. I mean, he's so ugly. Last Halloween, a kid tried to pull his face off.
Oh, come on. Leave him alone.
But it's not expressive. He's not into it. He's not projecting menace when he's on somebody. He's not a growling person. He's a lumbering walk through this kind of thing person. He didn't do anything that made me think he might kill somebody, but it was overly safe, I think. Probably not from Danielson's standpoint. And then the problem became they were going to keep this short anyway, and they've got this brilliant angle that they're going to do afterwards. But they didn't even get to do everything they were going to do, because did you see Sanjay in the desk?
Oh, yeah, because I watched it, and then, of course, a lot of people sent me the clip right away.
Folks, if you haven't seen it, the best part of the match was when they're going to tease being chokeslammed through the announcer's desk or whatever, and Sanjay tries to clear the top of it off like you see everybody. I don't know why you're concerned about a motherfucker that you're about to chokeslam through a desk. Why are you concerned about his welfare? He's going to hit the sharp corner of a fucking monitor. But nevertheless, he swipes the fucking stuff off the desk, and the whole goddamn desk fell apart like a Laurel and Hardy movie where the wheels fall off and then the fucking hood bashes up and the goddamn fenders fall off.
A jalopy.
It just all came apart, and the fans started chanting, "You fucked up, you fucked up." They had to tease a choke slam on a fucking table that wasn't there anymore. And finally, then they took a turnbuckle pad off. They did it where the Giant rips the turnbuckle pad off. Brian, did you see? There was another turnbuckle pad underneath it. I swear to God, go back and look at when the WWF does that spot, you see the metal ring, the end of the turnbuckle, right? They did this spot. They pulled the pad off. You saw another fucking pad under it. But they didn't use it anyway. But God damn it. So then Danielson kicked the Giant Pinhead in the balls and hit his knee on him and gouged his eyes and hit him with the yes kicks and hit him with the elbows and got him in a label lock. And then the other heels jumped him for the DQ and started beating him up. But Jeff missed with the guitar, and Danielson made a comeback and got the guitar and swung it, but Zippy punched the guitar, and they stopped Danielson again. And they're kicking I can't say kicking, it was a lackadaisical heat in the corner by this point. And the music plays, and here come, "We'd like to welcome you to Munchkin Land." The Lollipop Guild in their douchebag suits. And they pay off Sanjay. They give him an envelope where he looks in and smiles at the riches contained. It was probably a fucking free coupon for Chuck E. Cheese. And then those heels leave, and the kids get on Danielson. And they're going to give him that shitty little double knee lift. But for the first time, and I got a kick out of this, I must admit, he moves and they need each other and sold their legs. And then he makes a comeback on them. But then Cody's music plays. And while the Japanese geriatric is walking down the ramp, Jungle Jackoff comes from behind and levels Danielson.
He's not geriatric. He's in his 30s.
He moves like a goddamn Alzheimer's patient, like a senior citizen, if he's not a paraplegic, if a quadriplegic has no use of all four of his limbs and a paraplegic is only two, what is it, a quintuplegic when you have no use of your arms or legs or head?
I don't even know what you're getting at here. He was walking to the ring.
I'm saying he's
for
stupid.
Starters.
He's stupid. No, he moves like a fucking old man. He does nothing impressive. He's walking through this. He's not trying then.
Geriatric, you said.
And he give Danielson the short arm clothesline, and Danielson took the bump. He spun a flip for it. The clothesline looks like shit. And the announcers are screaming that everybody is powerless to do anything because they're EVPs. Well, Tony Khan's been texting instructions and making matches all night long. But now suddenly they're convinced that, well, what's Tony have to say? He ain't texting now. Oh, more on this later. So they take Danielson up to the stage, and they, like a magician revealing a goddamn cage with a lion in it, they jerk a tablecloth off, and there is a table. They left ringside where there were all kind of tables to go up here and jerk the tablecloth off a table. And they're going to throw Danielson through the table when suddenly on the screen, a car pulls up. And Darby Allin in a pink parka gets out with what looks to be one of those. You remember what the Super Soakers look like, Brian, don't you?
Of course, we have a few here.
Well, he looked like he had a Super Soaker. And guess who was driving the car? Tony Khan is driving the car. Tony Khan is bringing the savior to save the day, and they do a fist bump. And Tony's got, I think he had sunglasses on, didn't he?
I believe he did, yeah.
He had the sunglasses on, diamond in the back, sunroof top, digging the scene with the gangster lean. Tony Khan is going to save the day. Hey, hey, diamond in the back, sunroof top, digging the scene with the gangster lean. And then Darby, and they all stand there in the ring to wait for Darby to come out. And when he comes through the entranceway, it's not a Super Soaker, it's a flamethrower. He's got a flamethrower, ladies and gentlemen. But he comes out to the stage and kind of the entrance ramp with the flamethrower, but he's clearly been told by all that's holy and every fucking law enforcement official in that goddamn town, you better not take that goddamn flamethrower to the ring or out in those people or anywhere around the fans, or we're going to fucking fine and suspend you and goddamn put you in the county jail. Because he has to stand there shooting the flamethrower up in the air and showing it's a flamethrower. And somehow one of the buckaroos was close to him, and Danielson grabbed him and threw him off through the table. But then everybody stood there in the same position for like 3 minutes as the heels couldn't go up the ramp because Darby had the flamethrower, but Darby couldn't go after him, so it looked stupid. Here's a guy with a flamethrower. Well, there's motherfuckers you want to incinerate. Go, knock yourself out.
It's an old-fashioned arson standoff.
An arson standoff. So I know which arse was stood off. And that was the end of the show. And But not the end of Tony, because after that he was revealed as the driver of the Savior vehicle, he had to tweet on Twitter, obviously, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I do have a valid driver's license. And that's another reason that we're trending. Because they're doing this show now apparently for us. Not for their fans, not for the goddamn audience that they have lost or the ones they hope to retain, but just to get even with us. Because what did we do?
Get even.
Well, what did we do 2 weeks ago or last week? We said, Tony Khan, you brought it up. How did we get into that? Does Tony Khan have a driver's license? And would you get in a car with him?
I said, do you think he's ever driven a car? And would you get in a car with him? And they answered the question, yes, he's driven a car. And who got in a car with him? The fucking Daredevil got in the car with him. Because who else would?
Yes. Maybe I'd ride with Buddy Landell before I'd ride with Tony. But so he tweeted, yes.
Even he's late to TV.
Yeah, there he is, his own TV, too. At least he wasn't oversleeping somebody else's angle. But so this is where we're at here, flamethrowers.
Well, he's answering you. What do you have to say? He's showing you he has a driver's license. If he's going to answer these dares, Tony, you don't have the balls to give me $50 million to build my library.
No.
You don't have the guts.
And let me just say that Tony has showed me everything I need to know from the start about exactly what's going on with him.
Do you think Tony's ever eaten mushrooms and ran TV?
The mushrooms were probably likely.
What else can we get him to do? That's the question. What else can we get him to do now that he's showing us that he could drive? What else would he feel pride that he would have to show us?
I don't know. I think there'd be more thought put into all of this with mushrooms involved, wouldn't there? Much more thought.
More and less, and really in some ways less thought, more just going with it and feeling it and being one within it and understanding that you are one and all of us are one.
Well, you are me and me are we and we are me and we are all together. But at the same time, I beg to differ. No, I think that there would be an intricate, minute, granular amount of thought and preparation put into something of that nature. But that just depends on whether you're a fucking statistics nerd or a control freak on mushrooms.
Apologies for the noise. There are gardeners somewhere around.
Oh, God damn it.
Don't goddamn them. They're hardworking people. Not everyone has it easy like you.
Buy every surrounding property and just have everything cut down.
I don't think Tony Khan, well, I guess that's not the way to do it. Do you think Tony Khan, Jim, would give me the money, interest-free, a forgivable loan, to buy all the properties around me to ensure good recordings of this show?
No, he'd never do that. See, I'm using reverse psychology.
Yeah. Do you think Tony Khan would send a hitman to wipe out your neighbors so that you could take over their properties?
Nah, he'd never do that.
I thought you would say, hey, don't say that about my neighbors. I love these people.
What, you thought I would say that? What kind of fucking crazy goof are you?
All right, well, this was a match.
The last thing I'm going to say about even fucking...
All right, well,
they're getting in the way of the birds.
You've run down the match. The Gardeners are running down something out there. Danielson versus Satnam Singh. This is the payoff. This is the big El Gigante. Has been here for a while. Let's give him flair. This is the big payoff. What did you think? I mean, if there was anyone you would think they could convince themselves could get a good match out of him, it would be Bryan Danielson, you would have to believe.
Well, I mean, it wasn't a bad... Satnam Singh was not bad in this. The booking and the afterbirth and the run, all that stuff was just goofy and stupid. But no, a really good booker could get money out of Satnam Singh if you saw him a few times a year and it was meaningful and impactful when you did, and you could bluff your way through it a little bit, a little smoke and mirrors, and over the course of, they've had him there for 3 years, you could have got probably 4 or 5 matches out of him that you could prominently put on a pay-per-view either as a partner or as a hitman or whatever, with an accomplished manager that had serious credentials, with an opponent that obviously that could work with the very basics and make the size thing work, and built up and presented in the right way. But not after the first 3 or 4 times we saw him, that horse had already left the barn, because those 3 or 4 times would have to be, or 4 or 5 times in that 3 years would have to be the times you saw him.
I think they should go with this. I mean, they're desperate for ratings. Try anything. Tony Khan, you can't call it Taxi Cab Confessions. Tony Khan Confessions. And he drives the talent around, and we have to see what they react to or how they react to life-threatening situations on the road while Tony talks to them. That is book.
Tony Confessions.
Tony Confessions. Son of a bitch. That's good.
And here's the thing. Again, just he can buy the rights to the Greg Kihn Band catalog and do all the album title take. Conspiracy, Tony Conspiracy, Tony Content, Tony
Conspiracy, yeah, not
Tony
Kihn.
Controversy. Whatever the case. See right
How
there.
many Greg Kihn songs do you actually like other than, the 2? Other than
they don't ride.
Yeah, what's the name of that song?
Anymore.
The
breakup song.
The breakup song. Other than that, and Our Love's in Jeopardy, which the Weird Al version may be even better than the original. What are your thoughts on? Do you have any other Greg Kihn songs you like other than album titles you can name? Because it was like, this is ridiculous. He keeps doing this.
He went to that well until it was muddy and sloppy at the bottom. But we're not talking about his wife now. So, no, those are pretty much the songs you got going for you there.
This show sometimes, you never know when things will pick up, when the modulation will go away and things get happier.
And also, here's the thing. My closing comment on Dynamite, we are literally, again, witnessing this thing having a promotional equivalent of a nervous breakdown. And for the past 5 years, people thought I was the crazy one.
Well, you called it a long time ago. You called it at the beginning. You pointed it out, and
you don't need to reinforce the fact that everyone knows that I told them so, because I don't like people who say I told you so, especially when I told you so.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is at this time that we will travel to the future to get to the ratings of this show that we just reviewed. I want to remind everyone, a brand new Funniest Moments Volume 3 Omnibus is now available in your podcast feed under the Jim Cornette Experience and on the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. But with that, Jim...
Are these truly our funniest moments?
Volume 3, correct.
Volume 3. Well, in that case, it's going to be just dadgum knee slapping and toe tapping.
Well, let's slap our way into the future right now.
Gripping tightly.
All right, groovy. Here we are in the future.
Yeah, this is either groovy or sermonette, as the Bobby the Brain might say.
Well, it's Cornette Sermonette here on the
on the mount.
On the mount,
I've mounted you.
Well, are you going to mount these ratings? That's the question.
Well, depending on how fucked they are, they might get mounted too. It's the punchline of that old joke. Well, son, I guess this just ain't your day. Fill in the joke in front of it, folks. I can't tell it on the air.
Well, we are on the air, and we talked about Dynamite, and we're back with the ratings. I mentioned that there was no real strong NBA shows. NBA shows, they didn't have a big season premiere. No, there were no big games, no big competition up against it. But actually, there was the Mavericks versus Timberwolves final game of the conference.
Timberwolves.
They drew 6.8 million viewers.
Well, boy, howdy.
On TNT.
I haven't heard numbers like that since the last time wrestling did them.
And the Rangers and the Panthers, the hockey game, 1.9 million viewers.
But now you're setting us up here, but let me say this at the outset. I know nothing. I know nothing. I see nothing. I don't know these numbers yet. We took the break. I've stayed away from the internet, the social medias. And I'm thinking in my head, trying to predict this could go either way. Now, could the people be continuing to fall off the edge of the cliff because they're mind numbed to the constant array of mayhem, the violence for violence's sake, the lack of cohesive and coherent storytelling, the incredible logic gaps and holes, and the personally offensive characters that inhabit this program, and they're just like throwing up their hands like, fuck it, no, I can't take no more. I've had all I can stands. Or, on the other hand, did the freak show aspect, the giant 8-foot, 600-pound monster versus beloved Bryan Danielson, or have you ever seen a babyface saved with a flamethrower? Although I guess they wouldn't have known about that. They'd had to already been watching. But just the goddamn incoherent, babbling spectacle of the thing may have drawn people back. It could go either way. Come see, come saw. I have no idea what kind of come it was. But you're going to tell us. And for this, Brian, I have consumed half.
You day drinking?
It's the nighttime now by the time these goddamn numbers came out. Fuck, it's dark in some parts of the goddamn world. I've consumed half a Snappy Pappy waiting on these goddamn numbers to find out exactly who can suffer through this besides us, the folks who get paid for it. So start reeling off them numbers.
And I've got word here that Tony Khan plans to consume a Snappy Pappy next week on air, whatever that means. But Jim, the TV ratings...
I have a feeling he's almost consumed his own Pappy.
Pappy's going to get snappy when he sees...
Yes, Pappy's getting snappy when he sees his goddamn net worth statement this quarter.
AEW Dynamite. We're having fun here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. AEW Dynamite. AEW Dynamite on TBS.
Pappy.
Wednesday, May 22nd, 2024, 8 to 10:03 p.m. On average, Jim.
Yes.
713,000 viewers.
Oh, boy. All righty then. What was last week? Because I used to say again every week, 800 and what thousand? And in the last few weeks, I've had to say 700 and what thousand. Last week, was it 600 and something thousand?
Last week was 672,000. This episode versus the trailing 4-week average, according to WrestleNomics, 692,000 was the 4-week average coming into this.
So this is actually up from what they've been doing, just not from what they historically did before the sky fell. Chicken Little.
The old lows are the new highs, and the
old.
Yeah,
the old high, yeah, whatever you said. What did you say?
Some way to get out of this. Words and a crash and a bang, and there's no sound on.
Words and phrases, loud noises. Where did they start?
AEW Dynamite. Hey, Pappy. Let's not get so snappy. AEW Dynamite on TBS, May 22nd, 2024. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Once again, these were compiled by WrestleNomics. Roderick Strong and Trent Beretta versus Orange Cassidy and Will Ospreay.
Jesus Christ.
With picture-in-picture ads. 794,000 viewers.
Okay, this is interesting to me, and they used to start with 900 and something thousand. And we said all along it was artificial. That was what they were being fed by the Big Bang. Has the appeal of the Big Bang somewhat worn off? I mean, it created all life, but still, everything has a shelf life. Or is it the the sporting events that are taking viewers away from the Big Bang as well, because or elsewise, as I've said last week on a program or whenever, have they killed the ratings of the lead-in? The program is so bad.
Well, we will find out as soon as the NBA games stop interfering with the.
But nevertheless,
ratings,
it was a weekly occurrence. They would start with 900-something thousand and then lose in 15 minutes 150,000 people. That you could understand, because the lead-in was giving them that audience and they weren't retaining it.
Right.
Now they're down to under 800,000 to start, and so they're not losing the giant percentage from start to finish. But as we said all along, that was an artificial bump to begin with, which is why we were doing our average rating, not including the first quarter. Now they've lost that advantage. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, but that's why we always said the second quarter was really what was the true number. The true number they were starting at was kind of what would be there in the second quarter. We're not seeing that now. We're seeing the first quarter to be more reflective of where they're starting out.
The true arbiter of interest.
Quarter 2, 8:15, 8:30 p.m. The continuation of Strong and Beretta versus Cassidy and Ospreay, including the post-match with the Undisputed Kingdom. The Young Bucks and Sanjay Dutt play footsie backstage. The Jay White live promo and angle with Pac.
Who wrote this shit?
The Gun Club and the Lucha Brothers, followed by an ad break. 786,000 viewers.
Good Lord, that is a gift from the heavens, manna from above. How could they, when the people in the building are screaming, who wrote this shit, and otherwise silent, and they only lost 8,000 people? Boy, they ought to be down on their knees with their fucking prayers up and their hands in the air and their mouths open and whatever else you do when you're on your knees.
Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Katsuyori Shibata versus Brian Keith versus Hook. With
Ship-poopy.
With picture-in-picture ads. And Chris Jericho on commentary. And then a post-match with Chris Jericho. And the Willow Nightingale Mercedes Moné video. 706,000 viewers.
Well, now it begins, but I'm surprised they're still that high, but they lost 80,000 people and 88,000 from the start of the episode.
Well, that goes into quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. An ad break. Konosuke Takeshita's video. Matt Sydal versus Takeshita. The post-match with Big Mean John Moxley. And Swerve Strickland versus Nick Wayne, or at least the start of it. 710,000 viewers.
And they got 4,000 back. I mean, this is, piss break fucking fluctuation at this point. 4,000 people.
And that goes into the big 9 o'clock hour, quarter 5, 9 to 9:15 p.m.
Nana's coming back later.
Swerve.
No. We're glad that you came back.
Swerve Strickland versus Nick Wayne continued with picture-in-picture ads, and the post-match with Christian and his wacky weird friends. 698,000 viewers. Also, 333,000 in the key demo. That's the high point of the key demo, but it says something.
This is a low point of the show so far.
Says something that the gap between the overall number and the key demo is getting smaller and smaller. So even if the network loves the key demo, if the overall number is just slightly above it, which is kind of where we may end up in a few months, may change things, but
has there ever been a situation where the only audience at all was the key demo?
We may find out soon enough. Jim, quarter 6, 9:15.
A lot of people over 50 are saying life is too short to devote to this fucking thing. But go ahead.
No, they specifically said that in quarter 3.
Oh, okay.
That was the first life is too short for this shit moment of the show. But we go into quarter 6, 9:15 and 9:30 p.m. Malachi Black versus Kyle O'Reilly with picture-in-picture ads, and the post-match with Adam Copeland and a bunch of blood shot out of a cannon. 688,000 viewers.
And they only lost another 10,000. I'm going to hold my comment till the end. Anything could happen, but go ahead. They're in the pocket.
Well, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m., quarter 7, an ad break. Mariah May and Toni Storm versus Harley Cameron and Saraya with picture-in-picture ads.
Thought it was Saraya.
631,000 viewers.
Ooh, okay, well, there's a hole in the pocket.
And the low point in the key demo, 287,000 viewers.
But now the difference in the low point and the high point is only 46,000 people? Well, son of a gun. That's a tight pocket there, too. Old tight pockets. I got one hand in my pocket and the other is stroking my penis.
That stroking continues into quarter 8.
Well, we're stroking here and there. We're stroking everywhere.
Quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. I remind you we have an overrun. The continuation of May and Storm.
It was only 3 minutes. It's more like a dribble or a leak.
The continuation of May and Storm versus Cameron and Saraya. The post-match with Serena Deeb. The Bullet Club Gold backstage promo. Bryan Danielson versus Satnam Singh, and the post-match with Sanjay Dutt, Jeff Jarrett, Jay Lethal, and the Young Bucks. 693,000 viewers.
Okay, so the freak show aspect of the size difference and the preposterosity of the whole thing brought back 62,000 people. That ain't bad.
3-minute overrun, 702,000.
And that's just 9,000 people wandering in, wondering where Modern Family is. But here's what I was going to say, and quarter 7 almost ruined it, but they came back. Is that before we were looking at a program that was starting in the 900,000s and often finishing in the 7s and occasionally a 6, because there were people wanting to give it a chance, but it just kept more of the same or just blah, just people that wasn't ready for fucking television. And they would lose steadily. At one point, it was 35% of the audience they started with, right? Now, they seem to have settled into a pattern where this is I don't know they're going to go much lower until, I don't know, somebody drops down and just takes a shit in the ring on the air, and I don't know if that would do it, because these are the people in the entire country of 350 million people or more. There's 700,000 that will watch this shit just either hoping it's going to be good or they really do think it's good. And everybody else has said, what the fuck is going on here? So if you take out, as we were doing even the first quarter, and you take out the overrun, they still only lost less than 100 people, 100,000, but 786,000 to 693,000. This has to be the number of people that will watch this shit no matter what. But the problem is, that ain't the number of people that they goddamn had when they got what they got. So how do they think they're going to get more when they ain't got what they had?
And again, their viewership losses outpace the losses of people using cable television, the people dropping off that.
I think it outpaces the fucking people using food.
Well, it's not the end. They say women and children first, and the Young Bucks are still there. So we got a ways to go.
Hold on, wait a minute.
We got a ways to go.
Hold on. There you go.
Well, that was the review of AEW Dynamite. We hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you all for joining us here today.
Let's go back to where we were so we can get to where we need to go.
That's right. Back to, let's get some pleasant music here. Back to the future. Back to the past. We are in the future. Back to the past. All right, we are back in the past.
Good Lord, that sounded like Lucifer, J. Satan, and the devil worshippers.
It's more of a time belch than a time travel this week.
You know, how old am I now? We keep going ahead, but then back to where we started from. Am I aging during that point, or is this taking some time?
It's preserving you, actually.
Is it preserving me?
I just saw someone, now I can't remember who it was, but they had him on TV, and he looked like dog shit. And they're like, he's 65. And I'm like, holy shit. And then I'm like, Jim is just a few years younger, and he just seems so much more together than this fucking mess.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I always see people that are younger than me that look older than me, and I try to take solace in that at this point.
This Allegra commercial's on TV in the background. This is the most annoying commercial. This girl's like singing, but you don't hear it, so you just see her like singing at the camera.
Is that the one where, the little pill with the big story to tell, where everybody's so happy to be on the set shooting the commercial about the pill that makes everybody happy?
No, they've done a new version of that. Have you not seen the new one in The Office?
Oh, no, she was wandering around an amusement park or something.
No, that was just like the town square. That commercial was ridiculous. But they did another one, so that woman now, her royalties will soon be ending. They have another woman now, this is a redhead woman, and she's in an office, and it's the same song, but now all the people in the office are dancing too. And you realize watching this, there's something going on with the production. It's like, how do we make this awkwardly weird so that you can't look away and not say, what the fuck is this? There's a guy, a big guy.
A big guy.
He's trying to photocopy something and he can't get the photo machine to work. So the woman comes in and she plugs it into the wall. And then the guy's like, oh, yeah. It's like, what the fuck is this? How did this get greenlit?
And then she continues singing about the pill. Well, the reason, because look at all these stupid people, but it's a catchy song. Maybe I ought to take that pill for whatever it is that pill treats. And
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. And it's like, no, you don't manage it well. You're acting like a fucking obnoxious person. Go back to work.
You don't even know the goddamn words, the intro, much less the chorus. Holy shit.
It's nonstop, that commercial.
Well, but the thing is, that distracts from when they have to tell you legally in the fine print with the guy with the Federal Express voiceover that it may cause your fucking dick to burst into flames and your uterus to fall out your asshole. That's a couple of the side effects. That's why the people are dancing. See, there's another big story to tell about a lot of this fucking medicine.
And then Ozempic, you keep reading about this being the new weight loss shot, injection, whatever it is, and a lot of people are on it. Some people take too much, I guess, and get Ozempic face or Ozempic ass. But how do I know what that is? Because they used the song It's Magic. They just took that song and, Ozempic. Wait,
yes.
That's not you guys. You guys didn't write that song.
Can we get Pilot to fucking sue?
Right? 1974. How could you just take a hit from 74 and make it a weight loss drug?
Do you think there's anybody from Pilot still alive that signed off on that? Or was it somehow the estate of the drummer or something?
Well, that's what it is. The person still alive is the person cashing the check. They're like, you know what? Finally, I'll make some money back on this song. It took a while. We made some money then, and then it was like 40 years where, the royalties just rolled in, but they weren't that much. And now, thanks to this weight loss drug,
thanks to a lot of fat people,
until everyone starts dropping dead because of this weight loss drug, we're going to be making lots of money. That's what they're saying.
Imagine the alternative. You'd actually have to put the donut down rather than let your dick burst into flames and your asshole, or your asshole could fall out your asshole, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know what's happening over there, but Jim, there are lots of songs and commercials. We don't have one for DraftKings, but if you're going to bet on what the ratings will be next week to tie it back to whatever the hell we were just talking about in the past, if you had to guess, would they be up or down, in or out? That's probably not one of the things you could bet on. Up or down, in or out.
DraftKings, it's a small app with a big story to tell.
No, you can't use their song.
Well, they're using somebody else's song, aren't they? Did they write that song just for that?
I have a feeling that one may be custom for that. Otherwise,
There's a lot of people with big stories to tell about little pills, and mostly in the wrestling business. But I'll tell you what.
Yeah, didn't Buddy Landell coin that line? I got a big story to tell about this little pill.
Yeah, well, he told some big stories, but the thing about DraftKings, who are an official partner of the NBA is going away pretty soon. The playoffs will be over with. Well, DraftKings, they have other partners, but right now they're sticking with the partner of the NBA, and they have come up with the new app. You know, the over/under game, where you bet somebody, hey, I bet I can do such and such in under 30 seconds, or hey, I bet it'll take more than 2 minutes for a grasshopper with a wooden leg to kick all the seeds out of a dill pickle. You've played that game many times. Well, now you can do it with the NBA playoffs because you get to pick between 2 and 6 of these players. Apparently, anybody in the NBA is open game. It's open season. You can pick any of them. And you can choose if they'll have more or less rebounds or points or assists or home runs or what else? How else do they score in the NBA?
Not home
What
runs.
are the other statistics?
Well, there's rebounds.
I said that.
Technical fouls.
Ah, there's one. How many times is the coach going to get punched in the face or thrown out of the game? That could be one.
I don't think that'll be one.
Well, nevertheless, you pick these things, and then you track your picks, and you play against other people who are picking their picks, and you get a shot to win huge cash prizes. That's the big part. You're going to win a bunch of money, as long as you pick appropriately. But first, you have to download the new DraftKings Pick 6 app and use the code JCE to get a shot at those huge cash prizes. Code JCE, DraftKings Pick 6. Brian, now explain to him how to download an app. I'll wait.
You go to your phone, you go to the App Store, and you download the app for the DraftKings Pick 6 app.
Now, do you have to take your phone all the way over to the App Store, or if you're just running by the bakery and you see the App Store right next to it, you stop in and you don't have your phone, can they still help you?
Yeah, it's not like that, and I think everyone knows how to do it. And of course, if you are going to do it, you got to do it right, and you got to do it carefully. And we have a friend here to tell him all about. Well, he doesn't really
how to do it.
Yeah, I guess so. Let's go to
or how to stop doing it.
And he'll be here in a moment. He's walking around the corner right now.
He's always late.
He's taking a second.
Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 18 and over in most eligible states. Age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. Pick 6 not available in all states, including but not limited to Connecticut and New York. For up-to-date list of states, visit dkng.co/pick6states. Void where prohibited. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Well, that sums it up.
That pretty well lays it all out there. Now, is there a website they can go to get the addresses of the app stores in their areas so they don't just drive around town aimlessly?
It's a digital store. If you had a smartphone, you would know this. It's on every smartphone, every iPad. What was the word? Every tablet. That's the word I'm looking for. It's on every tablet. Everyone has an app store. If I'm banging a lot, Jace, it's because I don't know what's happening here. But DraftKings,
everybody now is opening app stores. Well, it seems like they'd flood the market with the apps. There'd be too many of them. Like, you got a fucking Starbucks now on every corner. If everybody's opening an app store, it's just too much coffee and too many apps.
Again, that's not how it works. But before we go any further with this ridiculousness, one more time, Jim, how can they get the? How can they do this? And
they download the DraftKings Pick 6 app. Now is in capital letters, and they use the code JCE to get the shot at huge cash prizes.
All right. Well, speaking of huge cash prizes, Vince McMahon is quite rich from all the stock that he sold. And by the way, I'm going to just say this now, seeing some of the things happening in the Janelle Grant case and WWE siding with Vince and trying to get him into arbitration. If this goes away, I'll bet you he shows up on TV again.
Oh, come on now.
If this goes away, I'll bet you they get him on TV one way. I'm not saying like a full-time thing or he'll be a regular, but he'll be acknowledged on TV.
I'm being told by the legal experts on the interwebs that the WWE siding with Vince is premature at this point because they are just agreeing that it should go to arbitration because it would be a whole lot better for them as a company if that thing wasn't plastered all over the front pages. But that there's not an element of, well, golly, it's completely unlike him, and we're defending him in every way. He's a wonderful human being. So what do you think, even if it does go away, or, maybe he's trying to spend some of that, what's he got now, $2 billion or whatever in cash to make her go away? Do you really think they would still put him back on television when he's 78, right? And this shit, it takes people a little while to forget. Are we battling Father Time here before he would get a rousing response these days?
That's what will help him. If it goes away and WWE does what they've done in the past for Vince and for others and uses their TV to babyface someone, and he shows up as a little wrinkled up old man with a cane.
With puppies and kittens for the whole crowd?
That's right. You never know, but Jim, speaking of the whole crowd, another giant crowd for WWE Raw. I hope we don't have to spend too much time on this, but I know some stuff did happen this past week on Raw. I watched it too. I forgot I had until you mentioned some things to me. But let's talk about WWE Raw.
It's a sad state of affairs when you can watch something and forget you watched it. But that, I didn't, because my favorite segment of any wrestling program over the last several weeks at least was on Raw. But otherwise it was somewhat forgettable, but there were a couple of observations I got, because Sami Zayn, he is working for me and he's over because he looks like shit, but it works for him because he can talk and he can work. And as a babyface, he's one of them. Look, everybody in the audience looks like shit too, right? And they think, yeah, Sammy's just like us. It's like the old days where you wanted the people to feel that the babyface was just like you, one of you. Eddie Marlin, classic example. Sami Zayn is a modern day Eddie Marlin. But that breeds a familiarity with a lot of people who don't understand. You can have one of these, but you can't have 10 of them, or it just kills the whole thing. And everybody can't look like shit and still be a star. It has to be someone who can also talk and work and has some level of understanding of how to put a match together and psychology. And so Sammy is an overachiever, but it's like when Mick Foley took all the bumps, or it's like any time that somebody gets over that looks outside the box. Steen gave hope to 1 million fat people, right? But they ignore what the special part of it is, and that there can only be a very few of those individuals, or elsewise it's not different and it just doesn't work. Does that make any sense?
It makes lots of sense. And again, you're someone who has watched their entire career, for the most part, unfold in front of your eyes, and the frustrations of working with them when they were younger.
Yes.
So it makes a lot of sense. And hearing it from you, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
I never said he couldn't work. I just said his partner were a pain in the ass.
Hey, speaking of his body, as you just said that before and you insulted him saying he looks like shit.
Yes.
I started thinking, what does he look like? Is his physique really that much different than Moxley's? Just more hair. Just a little more hair, I think, on the body.
The red hair kind of, I don't know, maybe Moxley's got a bigger ass.
I've never looked at his ass. I couldn't tell you.
Well, anyway, but Sammy is interacting with Chad Gable, who I'm loving again. Since he's been more serious and he's showing his athletic ability and he's become a heel and he's quit with the shoosh and the whole 9 yards. But he's still with Otis. I can see, because the people like Otis, and whenever they're doing the old deal where the babyface is a simpleton who's being abused by a smart aleck heel, and one of these days, like on Planet of the Apes, he's going to say, no! And that always works if the simpleton babyface is over, which Otis is.
And they want to see Gable get it from him. It's going to work.
Yes. But with the other two, Model Girl, she looks like she's either a hostage or a Stepford wife. She just scared and confused constantly. And Tozawa, that to me is screaming undercard silly, isn't it? Just even the visual, much less the interaction.
I think what they're doing, and I could be wrong, is they're shedding him of all of this. They're just not doing it right away. And they're doing it at the WWE pace. But it's working because he's so much more serious now. And it's not just in the ring. He's one of these guys, like it's almost like watching old Mid-Atlantic or something. He's dressed nicely when he's not in the ring. And he pulls it off. When you see his face and he starts saying shit, you believe him now. He seems like a real person, not a character. And
he's
going to work with Otis.
Well, he's doing the equivalent of Jericho's fake heel stuff with being so over the top with berating them, but he's doing it straight instead of acting like he's goddamn acting. So it kind of works there. Anyway, Sammy and Gable had a match, and I knew it was going to be well worked, exciting, and last quite a while. And basically, they told the story of the heels, the Stooges wouldn't cheat for him, so he kicked Tozawa and Model Girl out of ringside. And then Otis wouldn't cheat, so Gable slapped the shit out of him. And then finally, Otis interfered at a crucial point, and then Chad hit his rolling German with a fucking bridge, beautiful, and beat Sammy in a non-title match going into the pay-per-view and blah, blah, blah. So that was the first 30 minutes of the show, but at least, it moved and it was good. And I like, again, I like Chad showing the athleticism because that's what we liked when he was paired with Jordan, right? In NXT and working with FTR was the kid's incredibly, and he's so strong for his size.
And that was him as a babyface with longer hair. This is a different guy, and he's been doing it seriously. He's become one of my favorite people on this show. I look forward to seeing where they're going to go with this.
But okay, here is the segment that I said was the best thing I've seen on any wrestling television, WWE, AEW, whatever the case, in a while. Braun Breaker. Braun Breaker, I don't know what the guy's name was, Tits McGee.
Hey, give that guy credit, too. That guy did a good job.
He did. He did a fucking great job. And I mean that literally. He did a great job. But this is how you get somebody over on television. And you've got to have you got to have the piece of talent to do it, but you've also got to make it important and make it stand out. So Braun makes his entrance, and he looks like $1 million. And he's pissed that he wasn't in the King of the Ring tournament. They've been telling us, he's been telling Adam Pearce, you should put me in that fucking tournament. And he's pissed that he was the 6th, draft pick. And I'm pissed at least. He was the 6th draft pick, and Carmelo Hayes was number 3, which makes no sense of what they've got here and what they're doing with him. But anyway, as soon as the match hasn't even started, and Braun's not even looking at the guy. He's in the corner and he's talking to himself, but the microphone can pick it up. And he's shaking his head and he said, first, I'm not in the King of the Ring. And now this, like as if it's this fucking guy. I'm wrestling a flunky. And you see it on his face and you see him going through the emotions. And then he gets pissed and turns around and spears Tits McGee out of his goddamn boots and throws him over the top rope and hits him with a spear on the floor. And he's making the facials in between. And then he fucking pulls him in by the fucking hair like a dead body, and the referee waves it off, says he can't continue, and rings the bell, and the fans boo. And Braun gets pissed and makes a pissed face again. And as the referee's helping the guy up, he hits the ropes and spears the guy to the referee's arms. and tries to use the stairs on him, and the agents come out and the referees, and he grabs a chair and caves the guy's head in on the stairs with one shot. I see how they did it, but it looked fucking beautiful. And that's all one shot. And the guy's dead. And they're bringing the stretcher out. And they go to it was perfect. And then later on, they come back from the break. On the other side of it, Braun's back there telling Adam Pearce off for not putting him in the King of the Ring. And this is what's going to happen. And then later on in the night, he spears somebody. I can't remember in my notes. It doesn't matter who the fuck it was. Ricochet spears him through an equipment case in the back because he's just on a rampage. And this is wrestling, and this is getting somebody over as being dangerous. And it could have been done exactly the same way in 1980 or 1990 or 2000 or 2010, and it would have worked exactly the same way because it's timeless. I have seen the future of wrestling, and it is Braun Breaker.
All right, John Landau here. Just saw Bruce Springsteen for the first time.
I have that Newsweek framed and hung on my wall.
They're doing it right with him. The only complaint anyone could have would just be kind of a fan complaint. I wish they were doing everything quicker and he was getting elevated quicker, but they're making you want it. Whatever. As long as they don't blow it in like his first feud is like him and Baron Corbin or something.
Yeah.
If they do it right with him, it's going to mean a lot.
But that's the thing is that they don't have to hurry anything now because they're making so much fucking money. And also, this was another Raw observation that people were saying on Twitter, the AEW, well, they didn't fill a 20,000 seat building up either. No, they had 10,000 people. And in the city of Greensboro, there's no place that can hold close to 10,000 people except the Coliseum. So if they wanted to sell tickets to all those people, that's a building they had to run. I believe that's a mitigating factor in running a building and not filling it all the way up. But they're arguing with 10,000. Well, they only had a half a house. Oh, God. So, anywho, and also Gunther did a great promo. And they did it in the empty arena where he was completely the opposite of Jey Uso. Jay's all about the entrance and the show and the pageantry, Gunther says, but here he was all by himself.
Apparently, a lot of people saw this and thought he was crashing Dynamite. They saw him in an empty arena.
That's true. And his words were echoing. So the only thing he didn't say who wrote this shit, and his point is it's going to be the King of the Ring is going to be not who's the most exciting showman, but who's the best wrestler. And it was a great piece and not too long. And then they had there was a bunch of other stuff on the show, but go ahead.
If Gunther wins King of the Ring, do you have him in the crown and the cape or the robe or whatever he would be wearing coming out there, or do you just keep him the way he is without it?
That crown looks pretty fucking cheesy, doesn't it?
Do you have Kaiser just hold it coming to the ring?
I think he definitely, I don't think, needs to wear the robe. But why couldn't they get a crown like Lawler had, the big fluffy thing with the jewels and the blood? This looks more like goddamn, I don't know. You couldn't wear this and look in any way serious, could you? If you were wearing it on your head, maybe the girls. It looks like jewelry.
Like even Brett, when Brett won in '93, when they brought back the tournament and put it on pay-per-view, and he went on the stage before Lawler attacked him, and he was wearing the big fluffy purple robe and the giant crown. He looked ridiculous. And that's like the coolest guy that ever won the thing.
And this one, anyway, I don't see Gunther. I see him maybe displaying this tiny little gold crown or whatever, but that's where I think that's where they're going. Because remember we said, well, they might give it to Jay because he's over and he needs something. It could be Gunther. On the other side, we were wondering about, oh God, what's his name?
Tama Tonga, Randy Orton.
Tama Tonga, yes, thank you. Well, I don't think Orton needs it, and I don't think he'll be the guy that wins it because he's an icon at this point. So I think now it's going to be Gunther because they had the match with him and Jay, and the fans did the lights and the wave, and it is a great visual, and the people love him. And I'm not mad that the people love Jey Uso. I wish he would tighten up some of the things he's doing so that they will continue to love him, because I'm just saying. But in this match, he tried extra hard, and Gunther, I think, brings out the best in everybody. And especially in Greensboro, you got to think Gunther would have been a main eventer in Greensboro in the 70s. He's that good. He could have got over in Greensboro in the 70s or 80s. He's a souped up Johnny Valentine. There's not a ton of guys that could have got over in the current modern day wrestling scene in the WWE or anywhere in that environment. But
you could visualize him in the Mid-Atlantic films.
Yes. Yes, and he'd be fantastic. But anyway, they worked this well too. Jay's got an out because he got his left arm worked over, or not his left, but his right arm worked over, and had to fight back with his left arm. And boy, if you don't think he punches a little rough with his right one, you ought to see the left one. But then they had Gunther hit him with everything, and he was barely kicking out. And I'm not talking about, the pile driver on the stairs, kick out at 2. It was wrestling moves, drop kick and power bomb, and only got a 2 count, but he goes back to the arm. And then Gunther hits a German and a splash and gets a 2 count, just barely kicked out. And there's time to sell in between each, and a clothesline. And then Jay gets a hope spot with a spear, but the referee goes down too. And so Jay hits the splash and the cover, but the referee's just that late, counts 1, 2, and Gunther kicks out. And then Gunther hooked an overhead arm choke, I don't know what the technical term was for that, and put him out. But it was a great match, and it was a great finish, and they gave Jay plenty of fucking out. And the right guy won, because with Gunther losing the Intercontinental title after that run, I was hoping they had this planned for him as a way to reestablish him, and I think that's the way it's going. And that was Raw, besides a bunch of other girls' matches and hoo-ha.
No Cody.
There you go. And, here's the thing. I mean,
McIntyre was on the show. I did see McIntyre on the show, too.
Well, yeah, hold on. I wrote a note, but
he's one of the highlights of the show.
You wanted me to go fucking more quickly. Where was Drew? No, wait.
Was he not on the show?
Drew? I don't see. Where the fuck is Drew? I don't see Drew.
All right. Well,
I don't see Drew.
I guess I was wrong. He wasn't there either.
He wasn't even. It was Owen. He wasn't even there.
Well, that was Raw, and it was barely even there. And, of course, we have the big pay-per-view coming up.
Here's the thing. Again, the WWE, it moves at a glacial pace, but they've got the people, and they got the stars, and they've got the production, and they got the brand name, and they got the fucking money. And now they can dole it out. The action, the excitement, the thrills, the spills, the chills, however slowly they want, because they've got people, and they're not doing anything stupid like Vince would have, to run them off. And, that's the difference, is they're not going to be stupid about this thing when they've got this number of stars, and they got this number of people over, and all these things going on. And meanwhile, like I said, they don't have to do anything, but AEW has to do something, and Tony don't know what to fucking do. And that's why the WWE shows are barely worth talking about, but on the other hand, the AEW shows, there is something insane, ridiculous, stupid, bad, unproductive, or amateurish going on all the time. It's not making people watch it. It's just making people that hear about it laugh at it. So that's the difference in the approaches.
And it'll be interesting to see how the pay-per-view does, or at least what we hear that the pay-per-view did, because, again, AEW is a private company, so whatever they're really making and generating, may not be what other people are reporting because AEW has no incentive to give people the real numbers. It doesn't.
I don't know now. Are they a private company or are they almost an incognito company at this point?
I don't know, but they're being driven by Tony Khan. The man has, well, he says he has a driver's license. We didn't see the license. We're taking him.
We didn't see, and in a parking lot, that's private property. You wouldn't really be checked for it.
I'll show them I could drive right here in this closed off area of the building with the Daredevil in my car. The guy who doesn't care about jumping over a house.
Hey, at least he didn't run over Darby.
That's true. He's not a bus. But Jim, as we move on with the show, and I'm going to get to some questions shortly and some other stuff, I want to ask you about something because it's something I've talked about a little bit on the show, and now we're hearing about it from more and more listeners, mainly because people outside of wrestling are talking about this now, and it's coming back in. But this is 2024. This is the year that me and Cat Williams are going to change the world. The Rock is getting a lot of heat from fans of pop culture, not wrestling fans, from fans of movies, about his behavior. We talked about the story about his behavior on the set. But the bigger issue may be people questioning the authenticity of anything and everything Dwayne Johnson says or tweets or Instagrams or whatever it may be. Have you been following any of this? Because there are videos. Let me pull this up here because people keep sending them to me.
Well, that's what you told me about this briefly earlier, and I was not aware that there were actually people doing YouTube videos of, of The Rock prevaricating or telling mistruths or false truths or half-truths or whatever the fuck they are.
Well, here's a video about The Rock from account Penguin Z0. The name of the video, He Keeps Lying, 6.6 million views.
Jesus Christ, we got to talk to the Penguin. How the fuck does he do this?
There's another video just went up a couple days ago. The Rock's endless lies are catching up to him. Another video, there's something seriously off about The Rock.
Oh.
Another video from 2 weeks ago, 2.7 million views. The Rock is losing thousands of fans per hour. Why? So there's a whole bunch of things here. Again, well, have you been paying attention to any of this?
I didn't know about the YouTube stuff, but we've been good because our discussions about his forays into wrestling recently, we've gotten a few emails, and I got one. I had it sitting here when you mentioned that. This is, I can't, please keep me anonymous is in capital letters at the top of this. So I guess I can't give a name. But he heard the episode of the Drive Thru where we were talking about the story that The Rock was pissing in water bottles on the set of movies or whatever. He says, I work in the film industry in Atlanta and was talking to someone that worked in the camera department on a few of The Rock's movies. According to this person, who has no reason to lie to me, said that during COVID, all of the crew for the movie were remaining in the bubble and could only go to set and the hotel so as not to catch COVID. And this included not allowing the crew to go home for Christmas. And that was standard with every production in entertainment at that point, including that's pretty much why Ring of Honor shut down. They had to spend so much money, shooting in these bubbles. But the point is, The Rock broke this rule and went home for Christmas where he caught COVID and had to delay production. The guy also claimed that for The Rock's DC movie Black Adam, much of the film was shot with The Rock's stunt double, and they used CGI to replace his face. Is that possible now?
I didn't know that. That is possible. Again, I can't confirm or deny that, but it's something possible, but that seems like a lot of effort.
This fellow says my friend also confirmed that The Rock was constantly late, many times being multiple hours late, and saying that his workouts ran long. All of this is, of course, a he shed, she shed. Backing up, all of this, of course, is a he said, she said situation. It's a sad, sad situation.
Let's stop for a second, because this is multiple things now from apparently different sources that have said this thing, that his excuse is, my workout ran long.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. He said, he said, she said, one of those situations. But seeing as it matches the things other people are claiming, I figured it might be appropriate to share these comments. The guy didn't say anything about pissing in bottles.
And then Gewert's drinking it. That's the weird part.
Yeah, well, you know, some people, you know, they get thirsty right in the middle of a movie set.
So, you know, again, there are stories going around, but just to examine this a little bit, it seems preposterous. I've, you know, especially in my younger days, spent a lot of time working out. I understand what it means when a workout goes a little long. You know, maybe you get into the run on the treadmill and you run an extra few miles. I get it.
Oh yeah, just like I've done that many times. Just said I'm going to go an extra 3 more miles.
Or maybe you have a personal trainer, and I'm sure The Rock, considering his wealth and the physique he's trying to attain, probably has a really talented, well-paid personal trainer. Maybe that person's running late. Or maybe they decided to introduce you to some new exercises. Or maybe the shower took longer than usual because the water pressure is a problem. There are valid excuses to be 45 minutes late or an hour late. We're talking hours late based on all these stories. How does your workout run long? How does that happen? How does your workout run 2 hours long?
Well, what about if you get to it 2 hours late? Wouldn't it then run 2 hours long? If he's late to the movie set, wouldn't he be late to the workout too? Because he's running behind.
We don't know. We don't know. This could be just his code for, you know, I was fucking off. Every time he's doing anything that he's not supposed to do, my workout ran long. Look at me. You believe me, don't you? Look at this arm. It's a good excuse.
This arm is as big as your head.
But Jim, as I said, a lot of people are talking about his declining popularity. Apparently, he's been losing a lot of followers on social media. Again, hundreds of thousands by the hour at one point here. But some of the controversy comes around people poking holes in his personality and the fakeness or apparent or what seems like fakeness. I have an article here. This is actually from a few months ago from the New York Post, December 28, 2023, by Vanessa Cerna. Dwayne Johnson seemingly lies about eating at In-N-Out Burger for the first time. In-N-Out Burger, a famous California-based burger chain. They're not across the country. They're not here on the East Coast. It's a Los Angeles tradition, In-N-Out Burger, I guess you could say. Have you been there?
I've been to an In-N-Out Burger.
How does it rank? People rave about it. What do you think?
It was good, but I honestly can't put it above Whataburger or Smash Burger or a Home Run Burger here in Louisville. That's a local chain, not national. Or I'm trying to think of what else I wouldn't put it. Freddy's Steak Burgers. No, so it's good, but it's not, you know, your crummy fucking run-of-the-mill Burger King, but it's not the greatest burger in the world.
Well, The Rock went there, and I'm not going to play this because it's a very loud Instagram video.
It's not Culver's either.
But it's The Rock pulling up to In-N-Out Burger. When is this from? I want to get an exact date on this, and I'm not seeing it here. This is obviously from, I guess, December of last year. My first ever In-N-Out Burger experience. And then he edited it. Again! Thanks to the fans who reminded me that I went to In-N-Out years ago and totally forgot about it. And I will explain why he had to revise this. Rolled up in my pickup and tried to be cool as fuck with my order. But I didn't know the lingo. Didn't know who to pay, where to pay. Didn't know shit. Lots of emojis all over this, like a little...
Wait a minute, how do you not know how to work a drive-thru? Are there drive-thrus remarkably differently laid out than every other drive-thru in the goddamn world? There's not a lot of variety in the drive-thrus.
Now, again, I've never been to In-N-Out Burger. Is it as simple as I'll have a cheeseburger, french fries, and a milkshake? Or is it a certain lingo that if you don't get it right, you get the wrong order?
No, they have like animal style, which is like with grilled onions and something else. They have a certain lingo to them, but I would imagine also that the majority of the menu is probably posted where you're fucking sitting in your car like every other goddamn... One time up in the Northeast, I tried to order food at a McDonald's and they couldn't understand me. But I said, there's a picture of what I'm pointing to the picture behind you. I want that. So there's pictures. I'm just saying.
All right. Well, as long as there's pictures, but back to The Rock here and what was allegedly his first In-N-Out experience. But I didn't know the lingo. Didn't know who to pay, where to pay. Didn't know shit. But I'm a quick study. Loved everyone's positive vibes and their holy shit, it's The Rock energy. Loved the grub. and love how everyone in the drive-thru looked at me like I have 3 heads when I give them a tip. Thank you, In-N-Out, for being awesome, and I'll see you down the road. Hashtag cheat day. Hashtag Rock's Pickup Truck Adventures. Hashtag In-N-Out Burger. And it appears The Rock filmed himself pulling up to the drive-thru.
You know, I bet you that he would get to places on time if he didn't spend all his time typing with his thumbs and taking videos of himself at a fucking burger drive-thru.
Yeah, too much of his life seems to be, I'm going to show everyone I'm a normal person. I'll film myself going to the drive-thru like a normal person would. I don't know the lingo. I'll have the potato sticks and the bread with the meat. I don't know what to say. I've never done this before.
Hey, if you really want to fuck with people, pull up to a Captain D's or a Long John Silver's drive-thru and ahoy! They love that. And then whenever you order at a drive-thru window, always make sure to specify, and that's to go, please.
Well, this again was last year. In August of 2022, Johnson also documented his first time ever eating an In-N-Out burger on social media. Quote, "A cheat meal Sunday for the history books," he wrote at the time, alongside a photo of 2 burgers, fries, and bottles of his tequila. Yeah, everything's a commercial. A solid start with a bite of good fries. As we know, shitty fries can ruin the whole experience. Paired the main course with a quite delicious combo pour, and I'm not going to plug his bullshit tequila. The verdict, thumbs up. This cheeseburger connoisseur will now add In-N-Out to the list.
Okay, he's a 50-year-old man. He spent a long time in California. How do you go until this point in time without having an In-N-Out burger? And then how do you forget about it when it was for the history books, but you forgot to write it in your fucking history book because you forgot it?
Jim, have you ever been so hungry that you went to a fast food place to get your food and then you came home and plated it very nicely for a photo op?
What?
There's 2 hamburgers here. It's very neat. I'll send you this link so you can actually see the photo. But, I mean, that's the thing. It's so inauthentic.
He took it home and put it all on silverware and silverware, plateware, cookware, whatever the fuck ware, cocoa-ware for all that matter.
Well,
he dressed it up like a dinner.
I just sent it to you so you could see. That's the thing. He's writing about this. Hey, I had this everyday experience like I'm a normal person. Here's a picture of it. And this looks like a staged photo.
And then he's eating the candy bar with a knife and fork.
And the pizza with a knife and fork, even more disgusting. But as we're waiting for that to come in, a few years before that, Jim.
Oh no, again?
The Black Adam star shared a selfie with employees at the fast food chain's drive-thru in February 2017. During that visit, he said he didn't order anything for himself, but instead made the late-night run for his wife and daughter. Here's a quote. "I've never been to In-N-Out Burger before. I know, what an asshole. But when my lovely ladies wanted late-night grub, I happily obliged and pulled in the drive-thru. I will return in my tux and completely destroy multiple burgers and fries to celebrate." And again, there's a photo of very, very happy people at the drive-thru who work there seeing a star who, for some reason, is taking selfies of himself at the fucking drive-thru. So that's 3 separate times he went to In-N-Out Burger.
I've got your picture, by the way. I've got your picture. It's a spotless black serving tray with a clean white plate with 2 In-N-Out burgers still wrapped in the paper that they come in, set side by side along with 2 paper schooners of French fries sitting next to a glass with 3 ice cubes in it and 2 bottles of brand tequila. That if you drank both of these bottles of tequila with this food, I don't know whether you'd shit yourself to death or puke yourself to death first. One way or another.
That is a lot of tequila. Why is there so much tequila?
I don't know that it's two double doubles. I could go through the burgers. I don't know if I could eat the fries. And then why are there two different types of tequila there? And you shouldn't mix the tequilas. It's two different flavors of the same brand. But yeah, there's pictures of him at every juncture of this, giving the thumbs up with the drive-thru employees on his first time there 3 different times. I don't know why we need to hear about this. Do you?
And again, if you're really hungry, why would you take a photo of your food like this? Who is this for? You eat your food. You don't say, oh, everyone's got to see this.
Well, yeah, I can't believe he took this picture because the fries even look arranged well. This is not the way it came out of the fucking bag.
Hey, look at the photo. Those tequila bottles, they're 2 different shades. One of them's a little more... Do you think the other one's filled with piss? It's a little more like yellow shaded.
No, come on now.
Is that his piss bottle?
That's not the Gerwitz flavor.
The Gerwitz flavor of piss? That's not what that
well, you got to know the lingo when you're ordering this tequila.
Oh, the Gerwitz on the rocks.
Yeah, it's a regular, which is tequila, and it's the Gerwitz flavor, which is the tequila with urine. And this one's mine, and that one's urine.
Can I have the one with the lime, the Hiram? Do you have the But again, Jim, as I said, I'm bringing this up to you because now we're getting people sending it to us who are saying they're seeing it from sources outside of like whatever they follow wrestling-wise on social media. It's becoming a thing that people who follow entertainment and celebrities are talking about. You know, at some point, if everything's fake and you need that to stop, so people stop saying how everything's fake, but everything's fake, you may have a problem.
Well, that's where kayfabe comes in. See, now, if he had taken a shitty picture and made it look more realistic and remembered to write down the places, the fast food places that he pulled this scam on, then he would have been at Smash Burger or at fucking Culver's or at Freddy's Steak Burgers or at another place. He'd be doing the same thing, but you couldn't really fucking bust him for lying, just maybe for being on the take for fucking burger sponsorships.
Well, there you go. You can't believe anything you see or hear from The Rock, but we'll stay on top of the
You've
story.
been waiting for stories like this to come out, haven't you? All those years he was the hardest working man in show business. You were waiting.
All those years he was pretending he was the hardest working man in show business while other people were working a whole lot harder. Yeah. That's the thing. It's all an act. That's my whole point. It is kayfabe. This is all a performance. He is performing as Dwayne Johnson the same way he was The Rock on TV during the Attitude Era. It's treating the public like everything is a work. And I'm sure when the door closes at the end of the night, the real guy comes out. But the problem is when everything is pretentious and nothing is genuine, eventually that catches up to you. For those who say, oh, you're a Rock hater, you're jealous of The Rock. No, I just tell the truth about people that are full of shit. And that's what's going on here. And we'll see when he comes back to WWE how things go, because we've seen how it happens. He just appears and all of a sudden he takes over the show. Worked out well for WrestleMania, despite what him and Gewurz were trying to pull. But we'll see what happens in the future. It'll be interesting times.
Did his 2016 film Moana, did it win an Oscar?
I don't know, but that was a big hit. That's a cartoon.
Well, he vowed to return in his tux and destroy multiple burgers and fries if that happened.
Oh, I don't know if it did. That's a very popular
So that would have been another
kids.
Time that he'd been there.
Yeah, see, that's one of his more popular movies because he's actually not in it.
Oh.
It's just his voice.
Most people's more popular things are stuff that they're not in.
Well, Jim, we will stay on top of The Rock's in and out.
Well, you stay on top of The Rock. I'll be over here just next to him.
Oh, when's Steve Austin going to speak up? The Rock all of a sudden has pickup truck adventures? I think that's someone else's gimmick.
Well, no, Austin drives them. Rock gives them away.
Jim, we are going to get to some questions. We have a thread with almost 500 questions here on the Cult of Cornette page. I don't know how I'm going to get through.
Well, you've made me hungry now, so don't go through all 500 in one time.
Well, no, but we have a bunch of questions we're going to get through, and we're also going to talk about a couple other things here. But before we do that, Jim, with so many things to talk about, with so many burgers to film yourself purchasing, You need a good phone, you need a good phone plan, you need a good data plan. And we know where, well, maybe not The Rock, because him and Ryan Reynolds have heat, but we know where you, the listener, can get a really good phone plan from our friends at Mint Mobile.
That's right, and it is a rockless phone plan because Ryan Reynolds was chastising The Rock about his tardiness on the set. We've already talked about that story, and boy, I tell you what, that Ryan Reynolds, if he's going to chastise The Rock, he's not going to let these people at Mint Mobile jerk you around. They have the unlimited phone plan that you got to have. You can talk, you can text, you can data all over the place. You can data your ass off. $15 a month. Now, how are these other high-priced phone plans, these companies like AT&T and Amalgamated Telephone and International Telephone and Telegraph, all the big names, how in the world are they charging these outrageous prices when Mint Mobile can do it for $15 a month when you get a 3-month plan? And the answer to that is because Mint Mobile is not ripping you off. They're charging you fairly. The other people are just, they're pulling these prices out of their ass, ladies and gentlemen, and they're giving it to you in the same place. So drop all that stuff. All the Mint Mobile plans come with high-speed data. It is just like that. It's very quick. You ask it a question, it'll tell you the information in a heartbeat. It's got unlimited time. You cannot stop talking on these phone plans if you want to. As a matter of fact, if you ever hang this phone up, it will send you an electric shock just to remind you that your talking is supposed to be unlimited and get back on the phone.
There will be no electric shocks.
Well, it's just a little zap.
No, there's no zap.
And text. It will be delivered on the nation's largest 5G network. They're going to bring you all these texts right on a silver platter. And they'll have little bows wrapped around them. It's a very high-class operation over at Mint Mobile. That's why they talk about it like it's the Mint, because it's a license to print money, giving out phone plans this cheap. And bring your own phone number if you just make up a number. If you want the number 6427 to be your phone number, who is Mint Mobile to question you?
Well, they may not be able to facilitate every number, so let's not tell people to just pick any
it says you can bring your phone number.
If you already have an existing phone line, they're talking about, not just any number you come up with.
There you go. And if you've got an existing phone line at your house right now, go outside, climb that pole, clip it, bring it down, and Mint Mobile will send your phone service through that same line. So
don't clip any lines. Again, don't do any of that.
Well, you got to be careful which one you clip.
Don't clip any. Just get
There's
a phone
no electricity
plan.
in the phone lines, is there?
Once again, just a phone plan right for you. Don't risk what you're clipping. It could be the wrong thing. You may be a putz, but Mint Mobile is putz proof. Just do whatever you got to do. Tell them, Jim.
Well, you can ditch overpriced wireless with Mint Mobile's limited time deal and get 3 months of premium wireless service for $15 a month. And how you do it, it's a new customer offer. If you're a new customer, if you've just been born recently, I think it's a 6-month cutoff. If you are more than 6 months old, this might not work. But you can get your new 3-month unlimited wireless plan for just $15 a month if you go to mintmobile.com/JCE, mintmobile.com/JCE, and cut that wireless bill to $15 a month. Of course, at 3 months, it's $45. That's 15 times 3 is 45. These are mathematical facts that I can't change, folks. But it's new customers on the first 3-month plan only, and speeds may be slower. Above 40 GB. What does GB stand for?
Gigabytes.
Gigabytes. Speeds may be slower above 40 gigabytes on the unlimited plan. Additional taxes, fees, and restrictions apply, but don't worry about that. Don't sweat the small stuff. You can see Mint Mobile for details, and they will tell you everything that you need to know. They won't tell you everything they know. mintmobile.com/JCE.
That's right. And Jim, I said we have questions, and we're going to get to them shortly. But first, let's talk a little.
You keep saying that.
I keep saying that. I'm teasing you as much as the listeners. Well, the tease continues. Let's talk about retro wrestling figures for a little bit here.
Oh, boy.
I got a big pile of stuff.
Some more of them have come out recently.
Some more of them have come out. First one I'm going to ask you about is not a wrestling figure at all, but I found this interesting. Super 7, a toy line that puts out, I guess they're most known for reaction figures. These are 3 3/4 inch figures, Star Wars style. Mickey from Rocky has a figure here. You remember the movie Rocky, and you know who Mickey was?
I vaguely remember the movie Rocky, and of course Mickey was Burgess Meredith, the trainer, the mentor of Rocky.
What was his last name?
Mickey Finn.
Mickey Goldmill. I never knew that.
I didn't know that is. I think Mickey Finn would have been better.
All right, Jim, I have here a couple figures from Zombie Sailor that came out in the last couple months. The first one was a limited edition Todd Pettengill figure in the Hasbro style, one of 1,500. Todd Pettengill now getting a figure. You mentioned earlier, underrated. Now, he was very much, at least in terms of fashion and energy, of his time, I guess you could say, for the 90s. What are your thoughts on Todd Pettengill?
Well, I said Todd was a talented guy, maybe not in the wrestling business, but it wasn't his fault that they hired him. But he was a talented radio guy, DJ, and remember at, was it 96, the Slammy Awards? 96 or 97? I think it was 96. He did a parody song, Love and Marriage. Remember the old theme to Married with Children?
Of course.
But he did it featuring all of the WWF names and personalities. And then he changed, and it was several parody songs put together. He remembered it. He performed the whole thing live, one take, blah, 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 had written the thing himself. And he was a talented guy. He was a personality. He was local television, local radio, had
local
that
radio.
energy.
Not really local television up here, but local radio.
But I'm saying, I know he was on local radio, but I'm saying he's a guy that was like a local television guy or a local radio guy. He had that energy. He was used to going out and doing remotes. You know, he could make something out of most things. He just didn't really know a lot about wrestling and, or how to fit into it. That's why some of the fans didn't necessarily like him. Many of the wrestling people were not necessarily happy because it was a Kevin Dunn hire. Kevin Dunn, another example where he kept telling Vince, well, we need real media personalities, not wrestling announcers. And, Michael Cole had done real news and been a war correspondent. That's how he got the job with Kevin Dunn. And I'm not knocking Michael, just stating a fact. He didn't know anything about fucking wrestling. And so Pettengill, because he was on a highly rated morning radio show at the time, well, you'd know more about it. What was it?
WPLJ. It was him and Scott Shannon.
Yeah.
Memphis' own Scott Shannon.
Yeah, Scott Shannon was friends with Lawler from way back, along with, guys like Rick Dees, who was a DJ in Memphis and blah, blah. But anyway, so Pettengill was getting at the time, this was the early mid-90s. I heard a couple $100,000 a year to work as a part-time wrestling announcer, but he didn't even do commentary. He just did interviews and stand-up shows and things like Livewire and shit. So a lot of the wrestlers at the time, this fucking guy that bops in and out is making more money than they are for taking bumps. For the announcers, this guy that does this part-time is making more money than I am going on a fucking road doing commentary with Raw, whatever. That's what some of the announcers would say. And Pettengill had one of those, I can't remember, before the internet, what was the dedicated line that you could put into somebody's house, a dedicated
ISP?
Yes, the phone line so that they could do studio quality voiceover work from their home. They didn't even have to come into the studio. And he had one of those at his house, right? So Todd got heat just because he was, a guy that was being given a lot more money than everybody else for doing littler work with no experience whatsoever. Little did everybody know that would become a hallmark of the WWF and WWE in years in the future. But that was, but he was a nice guy. And
Good hype man. For like the pre-pay-per-view shows, or what are they called? Not pre-pay-per-view shows. The pre-game show. The
pre-game show. It used to be the Barker Channel thing.
He was good at that.
Yeah, he could hype shit up, and there's a guy on WDRB locally here in Louisville, Keith Kaiser, that he's the one that they send out to the fucking, the fish fry or the local carnival, or try this at this local business. He's getting something waxed, that type of thing. He's a personality, a man for all seasons. That was Todd Pettingill. He just didn't fucking fit in much in wrestling because he didn't know anything about it.
Well, Jim, another limited edition Zombie Sailor. The line is the official Wrestling Heels and Faces figure line. Again, Hasbro style. This one is one of 1,250. 1,250 for the record. It is Slick, one of my favorites of my childhood, an underrated manager in my eyes, the Doctor of Style Slick, 6'4", 198 pounds from Fort Worth, Texas.
I do not believe he weighed 198 pounds. I believe he was every bit of 6'4".
What are your thoughts on Slick? What are your thoughts on tall managers in general? And what are your thoughts on Slick?
Well, no, Slick was, I believe, I'm going to say I met him a time or two, never spent a lot of time around him. But he wasn't a manager like 6'4" and looked like Lex Luger. He was a 6'4" and looked like a drinking straw. And he had the gift of gab and the ability to talk and blah, blah, blah. I guess in real life, he's a preacher and has been for years and years and years and years.
Well, you may not have been watching at the time. It was before you came in 93, but he became on TV. Once he became a preacher, he became Reverend Slick, and he saved Kamala from kimchi.
That's right. That's
and Harvey
right.
Whippleman, yeah.
But it was like Paul Bearer really being a mortician. Slick is really a preacher. But, he was good because he had that face, right? He had the expressive face, and he wasn't, as I said, big, like muscular. He was just tall, and he was more of a bean-polish person, so you wanted to see people get a hold of him. And he could still be a chicken shit manager. And, again, I didn't follow the WWF product at that point in time very closely, but Slick doesn't get a lot of attention these days because he didn't stick with it. He didn't come back and have a resurgence in WCW in the 90s, did he? Like everybody else did, get on TV one more time. He was in the Gimmick Battle Royal, wasn't he? That's where the last time I saw him, wasn't he?
Oh, I don't remember now.
Or did I see him? I'm some way or another. I saw him a time or two in person, and it was 20 years ago. But no, I never had a problem with his performance because he was too big or whatever, and he was a hell of a talker.
Yeah, and he was one of my favorites. Him, and one of the most underrated things that shouldn't be as enjoyable as it is him and Akeem, the one-man gang, dancing to the ring. And then dancing to each other to Jive Soul Bro, his song.
I remember seeing a lot of clips of that. Yes, and Corey, I managed gang early in both of our careers. I set his career back 5 years. He'd only been in the business 3 at the time. But yeah, he was a great guy too. So they were paired well.
And remember, when they brought him in, he replaced Fred Blassie. When Fred Blassie retired from being an on-air character for the most part, he turned over his stable. He sold them to Slick. So you had a few weeks of, "Come here, Slick!" Like Fred Blassie giving him the blessing. And when he first came in, he was the coolest looking guy ever. He looked like a fucking pimp. Like, he looked so fucking cool. And he took a good ass whipping too. WrestleMania 3, Tito ripped his clothes off in Detroit.
Now, help me out on a piece of trivia. He is related, Slick is, to somebody else in the wrestling business.
It's one of those things I still to this day don't know if it's true or not. The rumor was he was the son of Rufus R. Jones.
That's right. I've heard that, and I'm not sure whether that is legitimate or not either. I don't. As a matter of fact, Rufus was from Kansas City or from the Central States originally.
And that's where he started. Remember, Slick was managing in Kansas City before he went to the WWF.
Yeah. Does Wikipedia have anything to say about this?
Oh, Kenneth Wayne Johnson born December 8th, 1957, is an American retired professional wrestling manager, better known by the ring name Slick. He was best known for his appearances with the World Wrestling Federation in the late 80s and early 90s. He is the son of professional wrestler Rufus R. Jones.
Well, now, Wikipedia sometimes, as we know, can be altered or changed or wrong or whatever, but I've heard that story many times before. And, Rufus R. Jones, you know what the R stands for? Guts.
Well,
that was a legitimate promo line he did. It's Rufus R. Jones, baby. You know what the R stands for is guts. And I'm coming after you.
He was a wrestler that if they had closed captioning back then, it would have been amazing to see. I got one interview where he's talking about wrestling Dory Fun Jr. and Jake the Snake Robbins. I was like, well, that sounds like a hell of a match. But go ahead.
I'm just going to say, I got to see Rufus R. Jones came in and worked Memphis on top in 1974 and had a couple matches for the Southern title with Lawler. And so I got to see him very early in my fandom. And the promos, like he was talking to, it was like Thunderbolt in a different way. He was talking to his audience and they bought it. And he was one of them. He was a white bread baby face. Well, maybe that's not the right description, but he was a baby face through and through. But if you got him mad and he flipped out, then he started the headbutts and the whole 9 yards. And the promos were something to behold. You couldn't really understand them, but you couldn't turn away from them at the same time. But in today's environment, can you imagine Rufus's work, you had to believe in him to look past the work because it was bloody brutal. But people went crazy because they believed in him.
Just for the record, I have an article here. Rufus was the king of wrestling from Charleston, South Carolina, the Post and Courier, November 27, 1993.
Yeah.
Jones leaves behind 3 grown daughters, Melanie, Crystal, and Kendall. He also had an adopted son, the Reverend Kenneth Johnson, better known to wrestling fans as the Reverend Slick.
There you go, adopted son. There you go. But yeah, he was huge in the Carolinas, huge at one time in Memphis, and all over the South, in the central states especially. But boy, the match, it was hard to have a match with Rufus R. Jones, but it would draw.
Well, Jim, speaking of a match, I don't know if we could say it drew. It was an interesting time, and it was a good show. But things happened. I have a couple figures here that tie to you and your past.
Uh-oh.
From the WWE Ultimate Edition line, a brand new Yokozuna action figure. From what I understand, you have seen one of these.
Yes, I have.
It is Yokozuna with 3 optional heads that you could switch. You could switch. One of them, he looks like he's angry. One of them, he looks kind of calm. One of them, maybe he's taking a dump. Also,
well, it's the degree of the space that his mouth is open. His mouth is pretty much closed on one, halfway open on the other, and all the way growling on the other.
This comes with the Yokozuna robe and the basket of rice, I guess. I'm not sure exactly what this is, as well as a WWF Classic Winged Eagle. That is the name. I can't speak, ladies and gentlemen. Championship belt. Any thoughts on the Yokozuna figure? What do you think? How do you think it looks, considering you were the man walking him to the ring?
Well, it doesn't look exactly like Yoko because Yoko had a few more wrinkles and folds, but it's only 6 inches high, so you get the picture. But yeah, I'm appreciating now, and you've got me started on this. I'm getting at least an action figure of everybody I ever managed, or at least remember managing. And fortunately, I was able to get one of these and a few others. That's the thing, is that at that point in the mid-90s, the WWF business was down, and I don't think that Yoko and some of those guys that were there in that window, 93, 94, 95, really got merchandised all they could have then. And I assume that there's some agreement with the family for some of these things that are being put out now, but it's, it's nice to see guys, especially guys like that aren't here anymore, getting their fair due. And of course, the Midnight Express figures that are available at JimCornette.com fit into the same category.
That's right. You can open them up and have Yokozuna squash all of them and choose Cornette for his own.
Hey, goddammit.
But Jim, I said I have another figure that ties into this. Also just released by WWE is from the WWE Elite SummerSlam line, a 1993 Lex Luger SummerSlam figure. So you have now Yokozuna and Luger. It has the red, white, and blue protective pad over the steel plate in his elbow, as well as the entire outfit he wore that day.
Does it also have the 25,000 balloons that they drop from the ceiling when he, for whatever reason, acts like he believes he won the title even though he knows the rules of wrestling?
What did you think of the whole protective pad over the steel plate thing?
Well, that wasn't bad because it was legitimate. And they first brought it up when he was a heel, right? When he was the narcissist. It was first mentioned, so it wasn't like, hey, we got a baby face. It's got an unfair advantage with a steel plate in his arm. But he had the motorcycle wreck, and it really was true. So using something like that's legitimate and that you can give a guy something to hang his hat on, as JR used to say, and talk about, the commentators can talk about it. I didn't mind that. And the protective pad was something that, it would be natural for the heel or the heel manager who, he's got to keep the pad on. He's a dangerous character. But just the whole idea of making Lex the next Hulk Hogan and the Lex Express and the bus and the finish to prolong the chase until Vince gave up on prolonging his affection for Luger, that was doomed. That was the biggest build-up to a popcorn fart that's ever been.
Couldn't have been done without the whole patriotic edge to it, because that's the part that really was preposterous. It wasn't that Luger turned babyface, that all of a sudden he's patriotic in 93 when no one was at war with Japan. And it turned into this summer-long thing about raising patriotism when that really wasn't an issue in the summer of 93. So the timing of it was also kind of curious.
Vince loved and again, in wrestling, there's reason to, understand why he would love it. The idea of the anti-American foreign menace, and with Yokozuna having held the belt hostage and, blah, blah, blah. The 4th of July body slam on the deck of the battleship Intrepid. Everybody remembers that. That was a great way to turn babyface.
By the way, hosted by Todd Pettengill.
That was good. And see, the thing is, they started it for, even if we weren't at war with Japan, here's this fucking world champion in WWF saying nobody can body slam me. Nobody can beat me. I'm the world champion. He's theoretically making more money than anybody else because he's the champion. So it made sense that Luger, this giant bodybuilding powerhouse, would come out. I can body slam your big fat ass, and I'll stand up for America. But once that they then put him in the Captain America suits and put him on the bus, and it got too cheesy and too much for children for the emerging wrestling audience of 1993. That's where they went wrong. And he hated being on the bus, and he's admitted he hated going out and doing all these personal appearances and meeting people because Lex was not a people person back then. And
now he seems like the nicest guy I've ever seen every time I see him interviewed.
Well, yes. I mean, he's in his old age, and he's had old age. He's same age as me approximately, but he's had health issues. But he has realized, maybe he came off a little standoffish in the past in wrestling, blah blah blah. And he's a wonderful person. And he was always an easy guy to like if you could understand. He came from a different background and wasn't indoctrinated in wrestling from the word go and a blah blah blah. But that was the thing, is he didn't connect with the people as a babyface because he wasn't comfortable with it as an aloof, arrogant, superior acting heel, that's where he came off more natural, not necessarily because he was a prick, but because he was so perfect and accomplished and looked so good and was kind of standoffish that you could carry that off easier, if that kind of it conveys it properly.
I think so. Jim, we have two more figures to talk about. One, once again, this is one that ties to you, and I know you have a couple of these in your possession. We want to thank Sean Ing and our friends at Kayfabe Heroes, KWK, for sending these over. The brand new Mike Mantar Halleck action figure, complete with Moose Cholak Boar's head. What do you call it? Not boar, moose head, I guess.
No, well, Yukon Moose Cholak had an actual moose head. I don't think that Mantar's head was a moose head. I think his was some type of grizzly bear or fucking giant animal from Grecian mythology that, I don't even know if it was at one time real. I never investigated the goddamn thing. I never perused it or smelled it or petted its fur. But it was some type of, was it kind of a bull? Did it have horns on it? The point is, it was neither moose nor bull nor whatever. It was a mantar. And that's, again, Vince was wrapped up with the idea that, well, he's like a centaur in mythology. He's part human and he's part horse. But in this case, he's a man and a tar.
Yeah, why wouldn't a centaur be called a mantar then, right?
Well, that exactly. Because the centaur in mythology, Centaur, was the mythical part horse, part man. Centaur. Mantar was he was part man, but he wasn't part horse. Was he part bull? Well, what does the bull have to do with the tar? So they basically just beat the tar out of him. But no, bless Mike's little pea-picking heart. It was about 10 years too late in wrestling for that gimmick. It might have got over in the 80s, although, again, Mike, maybe he was uncomfortable with it, but the work was not the best. The timing was not the best. And it was one of those mid-90s WWF things that did not get over and never stood a chance of getting over. Freddie Joe Floyd, The Goon, Jim Neidhart as Who was just a rib because they couldn't trust him to be Jim Neidhart.
Because they couldn't trust him to be Jim Neidhart? What do you mean?
Well, they didn't want to advertise because they knew that Jim was in a situation in his life where he was probably going to do something to embarrass himself or other people. But they wanted to give him a job because of who he was in a relationship with the Hart family. So they put him under a mask and called him Who. And that way, when he fucked up, where's Who? He's gone. It wasn't like Jim Neidhart fucked up again. But nevertheless, all those midnight TL Hopper, whatever, Vince was just, it wasn't working. The time had passed. And, as another gimmick, he might have done better, but this thing was just visually ridiculous. And Vince loved that kind of shit.
Well, speaking of visually, you managed him. How do you think the figure looks? Does it match the aura of Mantar?
It does everything except the odor of Mantar. No, it does. It's a very nice looking representation of a very large animal skin clad human being. And and now remember they wrote in after we talked about him last time and said he was there for like 9 months. I can't remember still. I've got to go back and have somebody do the research, but I swear to God, I've only managed him like 2 or 3 times. I cannot remember any more than that. And it was a rib, I think, on me, probably by our friend, the Artful Dodger, Bruce Pritchard. Yeah, because at first when they say you're going out with Mantar, okay, right, yeah, good written. No, you are. And I looked on the wall, and there my name was with him on the sheet. Shit, now my name's on the wall. I got to go.
Do you say anything to him before you go out there? I mean, what was it like when you met him?
Hey, Mike, I'll be managing you tonight. Okay, good. It was a squash match. I didn't need to know anything. I was on the booking team or creative team or whatever they were calling us at the time. So it's not like he was going to say no. I wish he had of, because I've been being ribbed about it for 30 years after that. But he's, okay. He thought probably if they were putting a member of the creative team as his manager, that was a good sign for him. He didn't know that they were doing it to rib me.
All right, well, Jim, as we wrap this up, once again, we want to thank Sean Ng and everyone over there for sending over some copies of this. We really do appreciate it. For U.S. collectors, you can order their stuff at the Asylum Wrestling Store or directly from, I believe it's KWK. It was somewhere in this email. It's kwk.com. I think so, maybe. ShopKWK.com, that's what it is. Thank you for sending those over. And speaking of action figures, Jim, one more time, where can the listeners get the Midnight Express, the Heavenly Bodies, Jim Cornette, so much more?
Well, they can get either Eaton and Lane or Eaton and Condrey or Lane and Pritchard, the Heavenly Bodies, or all four of us, Lane, Eaton, Condrey, and Cornette in the 4-pack, along with autographed pictures and books and so much more at JimCornette.com. For heaven's sake, how can you miss this opportunity?
Well, you know, Jim, luckily enough, the Midnight Express, of course, through Jim Cornette, their manager, licensed all their stuff officially. Everyone we just talked about, officially licensed. But every now and then, some bootleg motherfucker shows up and tries to take advantage of people. In that case, you need to sue.
That's right. And if you need to sue some bootleg son of a bitch that is selling your figure or your likeness or whatever in plastic or other artificial materials around the world, then I know the man you need to call.
Call Stephen P. News. If you need to sue. An outlaw mud show or two. Those are the rest.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been the victim of improper action figure sales or any other type of improper activity involving your rights, privileges, or ability to remain alive in this ever-dangerous world, then Stephen P. New at newlawoffice.com, 877-50-STEVE is the man for you. You know, there was a big article just recently, Brian, on Stephen P. New in the Beckley Register Herald, which is the newspaper of record over there in Beckley, West Virginia. And the headline was, Yeet! Steve New is all in on law, career, and pro wrestling. And we will, or you will remember, dear listeners, that there was a Yeet controversy back several months ago where an innocent independent wrestler had copyrighted or trademarked, whatever the proper phrase is, the word yeet, when all of a sudden here came Jey Uso and the big marketing machine, and after Stephen P. New got involved, not only was yeet able to be used once again by Jey Uso and the WWE, but that independent wrestler is now going into business with Vince McMahon and buying his own fucking wrestling promotion because he got a couple of $1 billion out of it too.
I don't think he got that much, but Stephen did a good job for his client, as he always does.
Well, he did. You know, at $2 billion, more or less, give or take. But it's a great article. Everybody, I think it's online. They can look it up, the Beckley Register Herald. But it talks about not only Stephen's wrestling connections, but also some of the good public works that he has done for the communities in West Virginia, and as well as, obviously, Brian being the attorney of record of you and I, as well as CM Punk, Ace Steel, and a few other people, and a variety of these matters. It's an interesting read. But if you don't want to read about him, if you want to see him in action, retain this son of a bitch to sue somebody and sit back and watch the fireworks. newlawoffice.com, 877-50-STEVE. He's a coal miner's son, and he'll go to the mines for you and come out with gold.
That's right. Stephen P. New. He will kick some ass.
Either that or he'll just go down somebody's throat and come out with their gold fillings. But one way or another, he's getting you some gold.
Stephen P. New, once again, 877-50-STEVE, which we submitted to and gave up as the official number.
And also, he will throw the silver fillings away because they ain't worth shit anymore.
Well, let's get to some questions because Jace Nacarado just sent some Tony Khan audio, so we got to maybe play a little of this. But let's get to some questions first. Jason Geller, member of the Cult of Cornette Facebook group, wants to know, how did Jim lose weight and maintain a healthy weight?
Which time?
I guess now. Now and in 1988.
Well, you remember there have been a number of times that I've lost a great amount of weight and then slowly it's crept back on. In 1988, honestly, I'd gotten up to 250 pounds because that was after my second knee kerfluffle and scope surgery, and I was not as active around ringside that year from the surgery in November of 86 and then July of 87, and I got up 250 pounds, and I was trying to lose a little bit of weight, and then the Fantastics came in March, I believe it was, and that helped me out a lot because between Bobby Fulton chasing my ass around and me bumping for them all over the place, that amount of exercise along with watching what I was eating, that's the first time I went on an actual diet in my life. I've lost about 25 or 30 pounds, and then Dusty gave me the heads up that in the Great American Bashes that July, that we were going to be doing bunkhouse matches 3-on-2, and I was going to be wrestling. And those things went 15, 20 minutes every night, even though I wasn't doing drop kicks and high spots, right? I was running a lot. So I got down to like 194 pounds. And at the start of the Great American Bash, at the end of June, I was 194 pounds. I can't remember the exact numbers, but that was during the period of time where in like 45 days, we worked 47 matches, and I was in 30-something bunkhouse matches, and we only had 2 days off, and it was from one end of the country to the other, from Seattle to goddamn Florida. And at the end of that, I had gained back 12 pounds. And I never, until the last 5 years, got below 200 again, really, in my life. I couldn't stay that low. But now, it was more, instead of going on a diet trying to lose the weight purposely, I haven't done a personal appearance or a public appearance since December of 2019. I don't travel anymore. I don't drive by Wendy's on the way on a 500-mile trip. I don't binge eat after shows where I haven't eaten in 24 hours. I don't fucking sit in a hotel room and order pizzas or take McDonald's double quarter pounders out of the refrigerator because it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and that's all I can get. I eat at home, regular amounts of food, and no stress and no aggravation eating, mostly. So that's how I've been able to keep it off at this, juncture of my life, because for the first time in my life, I'm sleeping regularly, same hours per night, every night. I haven't had a cold. I haven't my weight has not fluctuated more than 5 or 6 pounds because I'm acting like a normal person now instead of being on the road all the time.
Jim, our next question from the Cult of Cornette Facebook group was sent in by Paul Sturgis. In Tim Hornbaker's excellent book, Death of the Territories, it was mentioned how the Sheik was one of the only promoters to help Nick Goulas in his war with Jarrett. Since both were active at the time, any idea if they ever hot-shotted the territory with the dream team of Magnificent Georges, Captain Ed, and Goulas?
That is kind of funny that both of them had sons that contributed in some fashion to the demise of their company. Although in Captain Ed George's defense, the Sheik's territory was already heading down the hill when he used Captain Ed George on top to begin with, right?
You know, if you talk to anyone that was around the territory, not necessarily the wrestlers, although some of them too, but some will just still be a nice person and not say too much bad stuff. But any of the fans that ask Dave Brzezinski, if you bring up Captain Ed George, you get laughter, you get stories. He'll randomly just send a picture of Captain Ed George to me sometimes mocking him.
See, the thing is, and I mean, I never met him and didn't know him. These people knew him. He apparently was even screwier in person than he was, just watching him on television. But I saw both these guys as I was a fan. So I got the fan experience and heard what the fans thought about him. And with George, it was, I mean, at the time, you didn't have to have a physique in wrestling. It wasn't the era of the bodybuilder yet, but you had to look in some fashion like you could do something to somebody. And George, he was 6'4", but he was painfully thin without any muscular definition whatsoever. He was not very coordinated. When a guy would shoot him off into the ropes, it looked like a disconnected bucket of body parts being thrown into the fucking ring ropes. And the fans were, when they didn't laugh at any wrestlers, when they cheered or booed, depending on whether you were a babyface or a heel, but nobody laughed at anybody and nobody hooted at the matches. George's matches got laughed at and hooted because it was just ridiculous. And he had not only the Goulas accent that was kind of, I mean, the Goulas family was Greek, but Nick had lived in Birmingham. I don't think he was born in Greece. He was from Birmingham, Alabama, but he had a very strange accent. And George not only had something of that, but also couldn't talk plain. You've heard him.
Yeah.
And so it was like, yeah, that's right. This Tuesday night, I'm going to come down there and I'm going to, it was, and everybody knew that George was Nick's son, the promoter's son, because Nick was the one promoter out of everybody in the territories that his name was plastered on. Nick Goulas presents NWA Wrestling. Nick Goulas and NWA was all over every newspaper ad, television show, whatever.
When George started wrestling, wasn't he George Nick Goulas?
Yes, the first, he got publicity pictures when he was an announcer. He started as an announcer, if you could imagine that, talking that way, and a video recently surfaced of one of the shows that they did here in Louisville, and it was brutal. And then he became a special referee. And in the newspaper ads, they'd have like the Fabulous Kangaroos against Eddie Marlin and Tommy Gilbert be a hot fucking angle. And they would announce that George Nick Goulas was going to be the special referee, and his name was in bigger type than the fucking wrestlers. Because Nick believed that he was going to be, I don't know what he thought he was going to be. But anyway, that when he finally became a professional wrestler, it was George's pro debut in every town that he wrestled in for the first time. It was like a landmark occasion that Nick thought that had to be advertised. But that was, I guess he probably started actively wrestling maybe late 73, very early 74. And the fans laughed at it, and it didn't get, I mean, there were some fans that were still okay because he's a babyface. We're going to cheer him if he's got a pulse. But he couldn't perform at the standard of anybody else in the territory. And then that's what led to the ill feelings where Nick wanted to move George out of the Nashville, Birmingham end over into the Memphis end that Jarrett was in control of as the booker. And he didn't want to have George exposed to the most successful territory in the territory, or the most successful town in the territory. So, and then George wrestled for Nick until pretty much Nick went out of business. That's the only place he ever worked. And I think he went to Detroit a couple of times because you mentioned Sheik and Ed George. The Sheik was loyal to Nick because they had worked together for so many years. and been members of the NWA, and the Sheik was another one, thought the NWA was supposed to protect everybody. So that's why you had the pipeline where when Jarrett split off from Nick, the only talent that Nick could get, names, Bobo Brazil, the Sheik, Crazy Luke Graham, Ripper Collins at that time, whatever.
That's when all of a sudden Randy Savage and his family showed up.
Yeah, the Poffos was from Detroit, from the Sheik. And, it didn't fly in Tennessee because the people didn't know they knew the Sheik. Everybody knew the Sheik, but they didn't know everybody else. And it was different style and it didn't work. But that was the pipeline. And when the Sheik, as we've talked about, the promotional war he had going on with Bruiser, Indiana versus Michigan, when that ended, then both territories went down because they couldn't afford to keep the top talent. And by, 75, 76, that's when Captain Ed George showed up. And I was watching those shows because they were on in Cincinnati. And you'd also see the pictures. What the fuck? This is a territory that had the Sheik, Bobo Brazil, Pampiro Firpo, the Mighty Igor, Ernie Ladd, the list goes on. Every major Midwest and national name of the 1960s and early 70s had worked Detroit. And suddenly this fucking guy, who nobody knew was the son of the Sheik, right? That's the difference. Only the really hardcore fans that were there around all the time, a minute number at that point, knew that this was the son of the Sheik. So everybody else had just looking at this fat, untalented fuck that suddenly is the top baby face. What the fuck is going on? And that led to the, many things, but that was one of the many things that led to the downfall of the Sheik's territory. The talent went down, the talent got older, and the towns, got neglected somewhat.
And there's a lot of things you could learn from that, from Nick's usage of George, from the Sheik's usage of George, and from Tony Khan's usage of Orange Cassidy.
Yes, his adopted son.
That's right.
And that's the thing, is that there have been second generation. Obviously, can you imagine if Bob Orton Sr. had said to Bob Orton Jr., no, you can't, there have been great second generation wrestlers. Nick Bockwinkel's father was a wrestler. We're not saying it shouldn't happen, but when the father is a wrestler and is also a promoter, there have been major miscalculations in what the father saw in the son versus what the fans saw in the wrestler.
Well, Jim, another question here, speaking of which, was sent via the Cult of Cornette Facebook group by Derek Allen. Hey, Derek. If Shad Khan had been successful in buying the Rams back in the day...
What?
He tried to buy the Rams before he bought the Jaguars.
Oh, good Lord.
It's possible that AEW would be based in St. Louis instead of Jacksonville.
I thought the Rams were from Los Angeles.
Well, they were, but now they're in St. Louis.
Oh. Trying to stay ahead of the law, huh?
How much of a stain would AEW be on St. Louis's wrestling history had this happened? P.S. What kind of savage doesn't appreciate a good order of biscuits? All right, enough of you, all right?
Hey, yeah, there you
Derek.
Read that all out. Oh, read that all word for word.
Yeah, hey, Derek, he said, what kind of savage doesn't appreciate a good order of biscuits and gravy? Hashtag tally ho.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the sentiment of the question, but I think at this point, any reputation that any city had for wrestling has been blown at this point by the national promotions. I don't know if St. Louis would have been any more insulted than we all are all over the country at AEW or its ilk. But, that would be interesting because there is no place in St. Louis that I can think of that they could have made their little Daly's place. And could have survived through the pandemic and the empty arena shows and all that stuff. That's one thing, but it just seems like Tony Khan is a person that needs to be based in Florida, rather than you never see those headlines, Missouri man, like you do Florida man fucks a bowling ball on Broadway. It just seems more like Florida behavior is more suited to Tony's temperaments.
Beyond Tony's behavior and any of the problems with the booking or the structure of AEW as a business, just on its own, do you think there's, to this day in 2024, still any kind of detriment to being based in a big city but not a big media city? Not to put Jacksonville down, but if AEW is based in New York or Chicago or Beverly Hills, it may help them in some way. I mean, that was Vince's philosophy. I'm either going to live in Greenwich, Connecticut or Beverly Hills because that's where I need to be.
Well, but see, the thing is, that was what Vince wanted to do because he was already on the perimeter of New York, and for running a wrestling territory, which is different than a national promotion, for running a wrestling territory, most people that didn't already have the LaBelles had been involved in California wrestling for decades. You wouldn't go to, I want to start a company in New York or Los Angeles, the most expensive places in the country. It would cost you more to get on television. It would cost you more to hire production crews. It would cost you more to do anything in Los Angeles or New York, advertising, fucking gas, for fuck's sake, just anything. And that's why that those territories never really changed hands, because you didn't want to start something in opposition, especially to an established promotion, in a place that would cost you an arm and a leg to operate in under the best of circumstances. But with a national company with unlimited money to spend, Tony could have started it in goddamn Monaco. If he's intending to spend $250 million, you could start it on the fucking moon. So the idea of starting a regional wrestling company, or the parameters that you would look at, are different than starting a national company now, where you wouldn't even probably want to get local TV. It's even harder to get national cable. You can buy an hour of time in New York. It might cost you $25,000 a week or whatever the fuck. Who knows what it is now?
And for the record, I'm not even talking about local TV because I think it's a non-entity right now.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying in these major markets, that's what you would have to have an unlimited amount of money to spend to get any attention. Can you imagine how many fucking different companies and organizations and or promotions of various entertainment endeavors are attempted to be launched every day in New York or Los Angeles? I think it kind of gets lost in the shuffle unless you've already got a profile somehow.
Yeah, and he's an NFL owner's son who will inherit.
He's an NFL son of a bitch, is what he is.
No, I didn't say that, but he will likely inherit the team and be the person running the team for the family in the future.
Yeah, see, if you had come out and said 5 years ago, I'd like to spend $200 million in a wrestling business, that still didn't guarantee you were going to get television. They already had the football team. He's going to parties with Kevin Riley from TBS TNT. They knew all these people already. That, and they had the $200 million, whatever the fuck it was. So that's how all that happened. I don't know that just Joe Blow with $200 million could have fucking started a wrestling company and got TV unless they already had the football team and all this other shit that caused them to be in constant dealings with these people.
All right, Jim, our next question sent via the Cult of Cornette Facebook group by Jamie Hammer. In the early days of Smoky Mountain...
Hammer?
It's hammer time. In the early days of Smoky Mountain, it looked like they were teasing a Stan Lane split and face turn from the Heavenly Bodies. What were the plans for that, if any, if Stan stuck around?
I don't know what he's talking about. Unless it was one of the deals that we used to do where if the Midnight Express would lose the match, then to get our heat back, as they used to say, and this was not something we invented, it was old as the hills in Southern wrestling, I would jump in and get mad and start yelling at the boys that they lost. And Bobby would take it, but Stan would get mad and finally fucking snatch me by my tie and draw back. And then, oh yeah, hit him. And then I'm begging, no, don't hit me. And then Bobby comes in, hey, now you guys calm down, and Stan would shove him away. Oh, and then finally, however, if the people were reacting to it, which they usually did, then we would extend this a little bit and we'd play with it. And then finally, Stan would draw back and I would beg him and I'd grab his leg and hug it. And my head would be right near his crotch. And he'd look and he'd kind of soften his face up a little bit. And finally, we would give the big hug. And then the people would boo their ass off. And then I'd raise the boys' hands. We get the fuck out of there. Get your heat back. Now they're mad at us again. Fuck you. You didn't hit him. That's the only way that we ever teased that Stan might be turning babyface. And I mean, you've seen all the shows. Can you think of anything else?
I can't. That's why I didn't know if there was something I was missing.
So maybe we did it very well. And he thought, oh, well, this is going to be a babyface fucking turn. But that's the only thing I can think of. And then, Stan decided to retire and we brought Jimmy in. We used to do the same thing. But in that instance, it was Bobby, or not Bobby, but it was Tom who would get mad and threaten to punch me and Jimmy because they just fit the fucking, the picture, fit the roles better that way. That's all I can think of.
All right, Jim, our next question via the Cult of Cornette Facebook group was sent by Juan Felipe Santiago Guzman.
All right now, what?
That's his official name. Do you see a benefit of TNA and WWE doing a cross-brand promotion?
To who? I see a benefit for TNA. I don't see any benefit for WWE. Why would that? Everybody, all the fans are always thinking, okay, promotional war, NWO versus WCW or Forbidden Door, New Japan's coming in or whatever, and it's going to be promotion against promotion. And we've said before that a lot of that is fine in certain cases or limited examples, but either the talent or the promotion has to be on a par, has to be on the same kind of level with who they're invading, or elsewise it looks bullshit. And I mean, I don't know who's in TNA right now. I don't have their roster in front of me. But just the fact that the majority of the WWE fans, maybe they've heard of TNA, but they haven't seen it in fucking years, or they've never seen it. They've just seen it on, mentioned on the internet or whatever. Some people may be completely unaware that it exists that watch WWE. And there's such a disparity in the size of the companies and in the profile of the talent in terms of who knows who and who's better known, that it would look like a bunch of nobodies with some, indie show coming in, to be quite honest. And that's why even the WCW, ECW invasion, if you want to call it that, of the WWE didn't work in 2001 because they left all the fucking names at home and the people didn't buy it, right? It was like, these are the underneath guys against the top guys over here. What the fuck? And there was still interest. That was for a long time was the best non-WrestleMania pay-per-view I think they ever did or whatever, but you didn't have the names and it couldn't sustain itself. So I think that's the problem with WWE doing a cross promotion, or not like they're ever really going to anyway, unless it's an overseas, a foreign, an international promotion. They're going to let just barely some of their talent work some independent dates so they can avoid antitrust violations or charges or whatever. They can point to things and say, oh, look, we let this guy do that. But as far as actively doing a cross promotion where another company comes in and tries to fuck with them, do you see it, Brian? Because I don't.
It doesn't benefit WWE.
No.
Other than just continuing to somehow keep TNA under their thumb and kind of making them a farm system. But it doesn't benefit WWE.
Edward, but here's the thing. If they would do that, OVW was in effect a farm system, a developmental program But we never pitched the idea that these guys should come on WWE's programming and challenge them there. It was the other way around. Let the WWE star come, one WWE star come and work with our top guy or whatever, and it'll benefit us. But not wholesale back and forth, blah, blah, blah. TNA would be in the same position, and I don't think it would work.
All right, well, that was the beginning of our commitment to get questions back on the drive-thru here, Jim. Thank you to everyone. We have tons and tons more, and of course you can email them also to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com. Jim,
And are you going to promise some more next week, and the week after that, and the week after that?
I guarantee that. I would even say that if it was a slow week for news, we would have some more questions on the experience, but we're about to talk 2 pay-per-views, so no luck of that.
Well, and it's never a slow week for news.
Jim, let's end the show with some Tony Khan Media Scrum audio in advance of the big pay-per-view, Double or Nothing.
Oh, boy.
From the MGM Grand in Paradise, Nevada. Here is Tony Khan, according to these notes, on being a character on TV. Let's go to this.
This is going back a little bit, but I wanted to ask about your thought process on being a character on TV. I know originally you said, you were reluctant to do it. You were known as the matchmaker because that's a necessary element. But now we've seen you in recent weeks, and I'm including the stuff with, you appearing on the NFL draft as part of it, but you've been more of a character in this sort of internal power struggle. And I just wanted to know, who or what sort of made you change your mind about being on TV more, if anything, because it's been effective, it's been well received, but
what?
I just kind of wanted to get...
Let's stop for a second.
I guess you have to say that when the guy's sitting in front of you, right? But who has well received this?
All you had to say was, can you talk about your thought process behind now being an on-air character and how far you think this will go? The problem is you get a lot of people kind of building up the question and trying to butter the person up before they get to what isn't even a hard question. But saying that it's been acclaimed as appearance on TV, that's absurd. That's the media saying something to kiss ass.
Get your thoughts on, the various appearances you've made in the past couple weeks, including, last night driving Darby into the arena with the truck.
Sure. Well, I appreciate that. Thanks for saying it's been well received. I'm glad to hear that. And I've really tried to limit the amount of appearances that I personally have made over the past 5 years. I think it would be fair to say that less than 0.1% of the television time has been spent on me over the last 5 years. And that's how it should be. And occasionally, like you said, if a match needed to be made or a major announcement, I would come out and do those things. I am planning to, visit the fans again this weekend. And I love being at the events before and after with a live crowd and visiting with the fans, signing autographs and taking photos and things like that whenever I can. And
he loves to sign the autographs.
Yeah, he loves to sign the checks is what he really loves. Let me stop here because now he's just filibustering.
I was about to say, is there ever a point in time where could we boil this down, possibly take out every second and third word, and then we'd actually get him to get to the point?
Tony's right that he needs to be limited in how much he's used on TV, although he's not taking into account how many times he's just talked about. Or, Tony Khan has just told me something. That happens all the time. But once they do the angle where he's hurt, where he's attacked, where his dad is brought into it, that's not the time to scale back on your usage, is it?
No, at that point you've pulled the trigger. Now you got to be a part of it. You can't. Now he's just is. And again, the root of the problem here is it doesn't make any sense. He is and always has been portrayed at his behest as the owner, the CEO, the matchmaker, the boss, the top guy. And these other weasels work for him. They may be EVPs, but they may be able to run roughshod if Tony has gone overseas to fucking Argentina to scout football talent or soccer talent or whatever, for a week or two, especially back in the old days before there was no internet, maybe the fucking EVPs could have run roughshod. But now they beat him up and hospitalize him, and then the announcers say, well, they've got a no-cut contract. Where's the no-cut contract written in any industry that says you're allowed to beat up and drop your boss on his fucking head and put him in a neck brace, but you still can't be fired? And so Tony has the ability to overrule all this shit. They haven't closed those loopholes. That's why this whole thing, it's not, again, we've said it's not the chief content officer and a member of the board of directors of a massive publicly traded company being at odds with each other. You can buy that. But this is a pop shop, because Tony don't have a mom. I'm not talking about a mother. I'm talking about a wife to go along with.
Yeah, what the hell's wrong with you? Why would you insult the guy like that?
Well, no, Tony's not married, so it can't be a mom and pop shop. It's a pop shop. His mother doesn't have anything to do with this company. It's a pop shop. And the buck stops with Pop.
The Bucks never stop.
Well, and the Pop needs to stop the Bucks.
All right, well, Jim, we have more audio from Tony.
I'm sure we do.
Here's Tony on Darby Allin filling in as the fourth man for Eddie Kingston.
Taking the time today, stoked for Double or Nothing this weekend. Darby Allin recently gave an interview where he was talking about him getting cleared for this match. Obviously, he's still pretty banged up with his foot and his nose. But I was just curious, in the instance where Darby wasn't able to get clearance to compete in this match, and the fact that Eddie Kingston is currently out of action with his leg injury, were there any other names that were circulated to fill that fourth spot for AEW? And considering Darby was the one who reached out to you about filling that match, did any talent from the roster reach out to you about wanting to be that fourth guy and represent the company?
Let's stop it there for a second. How about the fact that after Eddie Kingston got hurt, Darby reached out about being involved in the match, even though he wasn't medically cleared?
Yeah, and Tony, oh, sure, that's a great idea. Just limp on in.
I clear thee.
I clear thee. This is, again, you're dealing with marks. You're dealing with marks in the office and marks on the roster. And yes, it's great to have the rah-rah feeling that, well, the team, the promotion is in need. So I, Darby Allin, have to come and save the day. He broke his foot or his ankle or whatever. He got hit by a bus and his face smashed in. And then apparently last week when he did the angle, he said he might have got a concussion from the superplex smacking the goddamn ring supports into his head when he was hiding under the ring. Is anybody bothering to pay attention to the fact that the reason why Kingston is not in this match is because he took a suplex off the apron of the ring through a fucking table that was being bridged from the railing around the people to the apron of the ring, and not only tore his ACL and cartilage, but broke his fucking leg. Imagine this on the railing in front of the fans that the table was on. What do you think you're going to do? The same way that fucking little goof Marco Stunt broke his leg about 5 years ago, doing a flip off a goddamn bar in a bar. This is ridiculous. Kingston's going to be out for a fucking year because they got to wait for his broken leg to heal to do the surgery on the fucking knee. And now this guy wants to, well, my foot's feeling better and my face isn't as fucking sore as it was, so I'll get in a goddamn 8-man garbage match where I have a better chance of getting injured than almost anything else I'll do. Well, it's Darby Allin. Better chance of getting injured than almost any other kind of wrestling match.
I mean, no one wants to get hit with a metal pipe, but now it's like you jump into the metal pipe. That's really what they're doing when you hit the barricade. You're jumping as hard as you can into a metal pipe.
Well, with rotation involved and torque. And not Peter, not the monkeys, just torque, TORQUE. But that's the thing is, instead of examining, what the fuck am I doing having one of my talent on my roster take a bump like this at Kingston on a New Japan, on somebody else's show, on another promotion's show, Tony's going to be paying this guy for a year to be hurt when he got hurt on another promotion show. Kingston, even though he's getting paid, is going to have a broken fucking leg and a bad knee for the next almost a year for taking stupid fucking bumps that mean nothing with all this furniture and all this gaga because they're all a bunch of marks for themselves. And they think it's cool when they break furniture. And I guarantee you, if all of these guys had backgrounds where they wouldn't be getting paid unless they showed up to wrestle like it existed for 100 fucking years before the billionaires got into business, well, then they'd probably care whether they took bumps through furniture or not. It's insane. So now we just sidelined this guy for a year. So let me get one of my other popular baby faces. It's not really ready to come back and shouldn't be in one of these goddamn matches anyway, because he's going to commit nationally televised suicide at one point or another sometime if they let him keep going like this. We'll put him in it. What else can he hurt that he hadn't already hurt? The fuck?
Well, we didn't even get to the answer to the question. Let's get back to the audio.
I'm sorry.
Well, the Darby thing was a case of great minds think alike. I've spent a lot of time with him, and we are complete opposite ends of sometimes I think of a very similar brain and arrive at a lot of the same thoughts very differently. I think our interests and outside of pro wrestling and the way we spend our time is very differently. One thing we have in common is we're both up late at night a lot, though. And that's when we probably do 90% of our talking.
Okay, is he speaking in code now?
And Darby, I believe, is straight edge. I'm pretty certain that Darby's not someone who uses drugs. Not to say that Tony is, but
when they say they're the opposite ends of the same brain, they think a lot. Who's being insulted there? Because we've established that we don't really want to think like Tony, but at the same time, Darby Allin loved the fucking charisma he's got, but he's a complete fucking moron.
Well, let's go back to Tony.
Yeah, let's go back.
And I reached out to him one night, and I think like he has so often and vice versa, I think he read my mind. I texted him to ask, I said, hey, how are you doing? How's it going with the injury rehab? And he responded immediately, I'm doing good. I can fill in and substitute for Eddie Kingston as the partner on Team AEW and Anarchy in the Arena if you'd like. So I think he knew what I was thinking. But before I asked the question, he answered it.
Is he stoned? Is he stoned?
I don't. He's very happy.
He's giggly.
He was thrilled about the communication between him and Darby.
It says something about his communication with the wrestlers. As soon as Tony actually gets in touch, oh, I know what he wants.
Yeah,
sure. You could book me in the main event even though I'm fucked up. No problem, Tony. Whatever you need.
There were a lot of people that wanted to step up and be a part of Team AEW, and there were a lot of names I think that would have been great. And there are a lot of people that could have stepped into this role and done excellent with it. I think that for AEW, I think, looking at where we were last week and for this match and taking everything into account, I think Darby Allin was the perfect choice. But I also think there's a lot of people that would have been excellent in the spot if Darby had not been able to get cleared. And if he had not gotten cleared, I would not have pushed him in there, even if he had wanted to, which I think he would have wanted to. Even if he had not gotten cleared, frankly, I wouldn't have been able to do it. But it was really cool how he wanted to step up. And before I even got the question out, he answered it. I thought that was neat. So thanks for asking. I appreciate it, Liam.
Wow.
He's very lucky that he has one guy on the roster that doesn't mind jumping off a cliff.
That he gets right to the point when he's answered a question. He's very direct. You got to admire that about Tony.
Well, we have a couple more little pieces here, Jim. Let's go to Tony talking about what Double or Nothing's anniversary means to him. If I can, in fact, get to this timestamp, and I think I just have.
Well, that is a great question. It means a lot. It's crazy to think back to 5 years ago. And when we finished the event, it was such a great feeling because we knew we were starting something special in wrestling, and it was true. We had. It was only the beginning of a great journey, and now 5 years later, I still think it's the beginning of a great journey. We're 5 years into it, but 5 years into a mission of unknown length, hopefully infinite, but definitely going to be a long time. And
he ain't going away. Anyone who thinks that like AEW is going away, that's the funniest thing. It'll never go away. You have to want it to get better. It's not going away.
Still, in a way, feels like we're close to the beginning of a long journey, but we've come so far and done so many great things. When we had the original Double or Nothing, I had a dream, and I think all of us had a dream in AEW that someday we would run a major stadium event and build it up, and we did that. And I'm really proud of that and what we were able to accomplish there. And I think that we continue to do great things. And we've set a lot of milestones in pro wrestling for a company that didn't even exist 5 years ago. And week in, week out, putting on great TV. When we did the first Double or Nothing, there was no AEW television yet. There was an agreement.
Hey, come on. This is a big deal. He's talking about what this anniversary means to him.
Oh, good Lord.
All right, let me go to the next question. This will be the last. This will be the last one we play. All right, apparently the person doesn't put himself on mute, so you get to hear him slam his hands afterwards. Let's go to this. According to the note, let's see how this sounds. One final question for Tony Khan right here.
Can you guys hear me? Hello.
Yeah. Hey, Dave. I can hear you, Dave.
Okay, great. Tony, hey, so yeah, like this being the 5th anniversary, I guess like one of the questions that I have is,
I missed a bunch of greats.
All right, let's go back.
When you look back on the 5 years, what would be like the most valuable lessons that you've learned, maybe your biggest surprises? And with hindsight, is there anything that you would do differently with the experience that you have now, and you would look back and go, I wish I could have changed that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think I think there are a lot of things like that. And I think we all learn every day. And, I think there's been a lot of great opportunities and moments. There are countless things that if I could have the ability to go back and change time, I would do. And not only in AEW, but in football and in life, there are so many things where I look back, and I think all of us, right? I feel like if any of us had the ability to reverse time, we could do everything. and it's a corny expression, hindsight is 20/20, but it's true. But at the same time, I know that I have spent a lot of time learning and trying to soak up wrestling history long before.
Learn what? You keep doing the same shit over and over and letting the same people do the same shit to you and to your money over and over.
Launched AEW, I learned and studied wrestling history because it was important to me to study things that had happened and try to learn from them, basically. And
you know what the problem is? This is the same shit he was saying at the beginning of AEW, how they've seen all the things that happened that hurt WCW or TNA and everyone in the past. They're not going to make the same mistakes. He's giving the same speech now, 5 years in.
After he's made the same mistakes.
Non-stop mistakes. I mean, the mistakes are ongoing as we speak.
There are a number of things that if in all walks of my life, that if I could reverse and do some things different, I would. But at the same time, I'm very, very happy with all of it. And we are, to some extent, the sum of the opportunities we're given and choices we make. And I've been fortunate to get a lot of great opportunities and tried to make the best choices I could. And I'm very happy with where we've ended up with all of it. There's things, when you make as many decisions as I do as a decision maker, there's countless decisions that you could do over and look at how they would have.
Oh, I've never heard that before. When you make as many decisions as I do as a decision maker.
And odds you would think it would favor you 50% of the time. Just if everything was even, you go left or right. You can, 50% chance you're going to make the right decision. How does he keep making the wrong one?
How they would have turned out, and I think all you can do from those is then try to do something different in the future. But sometimes those opportunities are once in a lifetime, and they don't come up again. So you just have to wait and see if you ever get a chance like that again, or the next time you get an opportunity that even resembles that you do the right thing. You learn from what happened in the past. So in this business, you make so many swings a week, and I think you learn from the pitches you swing at, and you got to keep swinging, taking shots. And, Jack Nicklaus said you miss 100% of the putts, you don't get to the hole. I think it was like a Michael Jordan, you miss 100% of the shots. Wait.
Hold on. Did he say you miss 100% of the putts, you don't get to the hole?
That's what he said.
I think it's you miss 100% of the shots you don't take is the simile he's going for, right?
He's almost done here.
He's almost done?
The little guy's got something he's working on here. Hold on.
I always like the Jack Nicklaus one a lot because it's the good golf. It's true. Like, you don't get it to the hole, you're never going to make it. So it's a little bit. It's a similar expression, but it's not the exact same expression. It does have a little bit of extra oomph to it. And it's a great question. I'm sitting here like thinking about it and giving examples, and I don't want to bury anybody or the company. It's just there's so many things in life. I think about looking back in the NFL. If everybody could undo the NFL draft, all 32 teams would do some things differently year in, year out if they had the benefit of hindsight. So in sports, it's good to think that way so you can learn from the things you do, but you can't also spend your whole life wishing you could go backwards, because we're all really fortunate to be able to spend every day doing these things. I mean, pretty much everybody on this call, I gather, gets to do some things they really love with their work. Even if this isn't for all of you your full-time job and you're doing other things, you're covering wrestling, and I gather you're doing it because you love it, and we all love it. And I try to look forward, and we're all really blessed to be doing this.
I don't know what to say.
And I think we can all spend a lot of time looking back at pro wrestling history and learning from it, and even recent wrestling history and learning from it. But it's a lot of fun that we get to do this every day.
If he's studying wrestling history and learning from wrestling history, then why does he continue to do things that have never been done before in the history of wrestling? Because they're stupid.
And it doesn't appear he really learns from his own mistakes either. It says he says here he's learning from things that are happening right now. What's getting better? What's being improved upon? What mistakes that have been pointed out for years have ever been improved upon?
I'm trying to think. I don't know what he's improved that he still doesn't continue to perpetrate.
Well, there it is, the Tony Khan media call. This is not even the scrum, this is the call. That really gets you pumped up for the pay-per-view. And we've gone long, and so we don't kill each other or other people. We were going to end this show. In English, we will be ending the show. I'll get there eventually. Well, like Jack Nicklaus used to say, you hit it close to something, and who knows what could happen. Or something like that. It's my favorite quote of his. He misquotes it, but then he goes, that's my favorite one.
That's my favorite quote. A lot of people don't think it be like it is, but it do.
Of course, we'll be on the Jim Cornette Experience, a big supersized episode with multiple pay-per-views being reviewed and SmackDown and so much more. And back here next week on this show, go through the archive, patreon.com/Cornette, the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel, the official Travis Heckel artwork, the Funniest Moments Volume 3 Omnibus, out right now with some other omnibuses on the way. By the time you hear this, they may be out. And of course, follow Jim on Twitter at @TheJimCornette. Follow me on Twitter at GreatBrianLast. Follow the 605 Super Podcast. And don't forget about the wrestling news every day from thewrestlingnews.com or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. He takes a breath. The law office of Stephen P. New. Steve New and Associates sponsors this show, The Drive Thru. 877-50-STEVE. Get even with Steven, newlawoffice.com. For Jim Cornette, I'm the great Brian Last. We'll see you on The Experience. Tally-ho!